Good evening. Thanks for coming in this evening. We are waiting for one more commissioner so we can start our meeting. She's moments away. So I appreciate your patience. Thanks.
Chair, staff is ready when you are.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out to our Pontiac Planning Commission meeting for March 1st of 2023. I would like to introduce who we have here in the room tonight. We have Mark Yandrick, who is our planning manager. Over in the corner here, attorney Dan Kelly, Next to Dan is Commissioner Vernita Duval. Next to Vernita is Mike McGinnis, Commissioner. To my left is Commissioner Tim Shepard. To my right is Commissioner Christopher Northcross, and I am Mona Parlov. I am the chairperson of this Planning Commission. So I would like to call the meeting to order, and if we could have roll call, please.
Northcross,
Present.
Parlov,
Present.
Shepherd,
Present.
McGinnis,
Present.
Duval.
Present.
And if I could share, Mr. Henley has an excused absence as he is out of town on vacation.
Okay.
So,
Very good. All right, so we have a quorum?
correct.
Okay, wonderful. Are there any official communications?
I have one matter of official communications for Planning Commission. Unfortunately, Joni Johnson is moving out of state and has resigned from Planning Commission. Her time here was very short. She was very appreciative, and we thank her for her service. And it was unexpected for both her to be moving so quickly, but also for us at the city.
All right, well,
Yep.
I'm sorry to hear that, but we look forward to having another person to step into her shoes. Any amendments to or an approval of the agenda?
Yes. I request that we move item 7B to item 7A. And item 7A, move that to 7B. This is the zoning map amendment for the Woodward Gateway Overlay District, Woodward Avenue. Make that item 7A.
Okay. I think we can do that. So you're making a motion on that?
I make a motion to make those changes to the agenda.
Okay,
And this is under public hearing.
correct. Do we have a second for the order?
I second.
Okay. Roll call, vote? What?
I'm happy to serve at the Planning Commission's pleasure this
Yes.
evening. Unfortunately, I will be giving a full presentation tonight about all of the ordinance changes. Absolutely, we can do a map amendment first. I just wanted to prepare you that just how the presentation was ordered tonight. So thank you.
Okay. Just so long as you are able to give us all the information.
Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful.
Shepherd,
Yes to approve?
McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Duval,
Yes to approve.
Northcross,
Yes to approve.
Parlov.
Yes to approve.
That is 5-0.
Great. And should we address the new business item at this time on the agenda as well? About the,
We can address that later this evening because it's informational.
okay, that
So-
sounds good.
Okay.
All right. So the next item, meeting minutes for review. Does anyone have any changes or adjustments to those minutes? Vernita?
I do not.
Mr. McGinnis?
No, ma'am.
Tim?
No comments?
No. Christopher?
I do. I just have a couple of items. One is the spelling of a name of a person that appeared at the public hearing we had on January the 25th. That correct spelling of that person's first name is Roselyn, Roselyn. Right now, it's spelled Rosalind, and last name is Northcross.
Yeah.
So I had to get that right.
I was wondering how you knew this.
And then, question, on page 16 of the minutes, we talk about two items, rather referring to recuse, I think it's recuse. One area we have reuse, and another area we have refuse. I think that should be recuse for both of those,
Okay,
if I'm correct.
okay.
I didn't notice that, but if it was with me, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Not reused, probably.
Okay.
Okay, so just a couple of typographical changes?
Yeah,
on the
minor
minutes?
things.
Okay, and I have no changes. So, motion to make those adjustments on the minutes?
I
Can I ask for just clarification on what page Miss Northcross's name was misspelled?
On page 4, 52, and 62.
Thank you very much. Okay.
And the other two items are both on page 16.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the change on the minutes.
So moved.
And a support?
Support.
All right. Roll call, please.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parlov,
Yes.
Shepherd,
Yes.
Northcross,
Yes.
Duval.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Okay, special presentations. We really don't have any at this moment or at this time. We're going to move right into public hearing. Is that correct?
Absolutely. We have a few public hearings this evening. And if I may, I'm going to get into the first presentation.
Yes, please do.
So, okay.
Thank you.
So tonight we have zoning text amendments. I will also share that this is map amendments, and I will have some language later on in this presentation, as the map amendments have been requested by Planning Commission to be heard first. So overall, the text amendments are laid out in these different sections. I just wanted to identify for the public record what all is being modified or proposed to be modified within this amendment process. Here is a timeline of these proposed ordinances or proposed ordinance. This was shared at Planning Commission in early December. There was an attempt at a public hearing on January 4th, but it was canceled for a lack of quorum. And then we reposted the public hearing and had one on January 25th. Because Woodward was not included in that public hearing, there was a public hearing held. There was a lot of information shared, received, and then tonight is a full public hearing, both for the text amendments and then the map amendment to consider the Woodward Gateway Overlay District tonight. If the ordinances pass, the first reading is tentatively slated for City Council on March 7th, with the second reading again tentatively scheduled for March 14th. Planning Commission tonight is a recommending body to City Council. So getting into a little bit more detail about adult use marijuana, there are 9 uses that are laid out within this code, from consumption lounges, which are also known as designated consumption facilities, grower facilities, Class A micro businesses, processors, retail, social equity retailers, safety compliance facilities, secure transporters, and temporary marijuana events. So tonight there are 2 ordinances that are in the packet. The Planning Commission is reviewing. One ordinance includes the Woodward Gateway Overlay District. The other proposed ordinance does not include the Woodward Gateway Overlay District, and that is really up for the Commission's review. The only differences between, other than the establishment of that district, is really the distribution of adult use marijuana land uses between the overlay districts. There's the same amount of each of those uses that are proposed for the city in both ordinances, but because Woodward has some retailers, for example, there's less retail with the Woodward proposal in other districts, and I'll get into that in a second. So this is a very quick high-level chart. I would refer to a packet for a cleaner version, but this identifies all the adult use marijuana ordinances that are in Table 2.2, which is proposed, and just showing how many are allowed in each district. And I want to highlight that ring, which also looks like a 0 or an O in the middle, it requires a special exception permit to be approved by Planning Commission. And then if there is a number underneath that, that is how many that is allowed in the district. If it is not listed, then there is not a restriction. And then Class A micro businesses, there are 5 that are permitted in the city, but they're not delegated so many per district. It is, as long as they're in an overlay district, it is okay. So now this second chart just shows with the Woodward Overlay District, highlighting the ability for Class A micro businesses to be located in that district, 2 retailers and 1 social equity retailer. So just talking about some land use restriction, consumption lounges are restricted to the downtown overlay district only. temporary marijuana events also restricted to the downtown overlay district only. Growers, processors, safety, compliance, and secure transporters are restricted to the Walden Boulevard and Cesar Chavez overlay districts only. And all uses outside of temporary marijuana ordinances do require that special exception permit, just to ensure that it is the correct location for that, and it's not a negative impact to neighbors, or if certain requirements may be needed to be installed to protect the neighbors from noise, pollution, et cetera, et cetera. I wanted to highlight there is buffering listed here. The proximity of licensed and approved adult use marijuana facilities will have to be more than 1,000 feet from a public or private school, more than 500 feet from a commercial child care center, a public park with playground equipment, and more than a 500-foot buffer from a tax-exempt religious institution in only the Cesar Chavez and Walden Boulevard overlay districts, and that also includes, if I can correct, the Woodward overlay district. The reason the downtown overlay district is not included in this is because the downtown is a mixed-use district, and the number of churches and religious institutions that are in the downtown district are vast, and so really they're exempted in the downtown just because, unfortunately, there would be no business that qualifies because there's so many religious institutions in that district alone. So I'm going to briefly highlight just that special exception permit. It is a special land use from the State of Michigan Zoning and Planning Enabling Act. It's really having unique characteristics where Planning Commission can review a site plan with consideration, and I've shared this before. If there's any further questions, please let me know. I do want to highlight the 4 districts that you're considering this evening. Number 1 is the Walden Boulevard District. This is considered the largest district based on the number of parcels that are here. So sometimes when staff was reviewing, where we couldn't have an equal makeup, we gave a little additional consideration to Walden because it is larger. This mirrors what was in the medical marijuana. Also mirroring medical marijuana is the Cesar Chavez overlay district. Again, this is exactly the same as what was presented then. This is the downtown overlay district. I just want to highlight this is everything inside of the loop. So just highlighting the city center that we have. So this is the 4th overlay district. Staff is proposing this. It's slightly different than what was shown last month, but on consideration, the bounds of this are from Central Avenue. If you give me just a moment here. The Sunoco station is right at the corner. This is South Boulevard. Sunoco is right here, and there's a little street called Central Avenue. And so from Central Avenue all the way up to Rapid, which is where the traffic light is, and Turk is the road on the other side. There's also the fish market. It is properties within this green area that are considered for the Woodward Avenue Overlay District. This is a smaller footprint, but again, staff was looking to accentuate that this is a gateway to the community, and we did not want to cluster this over a mile or a larger area. And one of the determining factors for this specific area is it's adjacent to M1 Concourse, it's adjacent to a railroad, and it is adjacent to multiple manufacturing zone properties, M1 and M2, mostly M1, I believe, but that was the consideration for this smaller area. So continuing on, just speaking about the overlay districts, the first 3 were identical, as I mentioned. The downtown overlay district is an existing mixed-use area and business hub of the community. For Walden and Cesar Chavez, these corridors were chosen for the medical marijuana because the base zoning along these corridors are a little bit more intense than the commercial land uses of other corridors. And Woodward, while there may be various reasons why it is being proposed, really was suggested by City Council in the business license ordinance due to at-large approvals for medical marijuana that were granted on Woodward. There may be other reasons, but there are several that have been adopted in this district, and so that's why it's being considered. I did want to highlight some changes from previous drafts, and I want to state for the record, the draft was published on Friday as to the schedule, and there were a few things that were changed last night. Planning Commission has the updated packet. The updated packet's also on the website. but I just want to highlight for both Planning Commission and the public. The land use charts have been amended for both versions, for Woodward and without Woodward. The Woodward Gateway Overlay District added an opportunity for a fourth district for those reasons I previously mentioned. We have made a requirement for windows for adult use marijuana for limitation of the percentage of windows that can be blacked out or covered due to the marijuana operation, particularly along a public street. Now, there are state guidelines for different uses for what can be visibly seen into the business, and so we have established some percentages, but really, Planning Commission is given latitude if the applicant is able to provide what those requirements are for their specific site, and that Planning Commission has the ability for alternative architectural features. We're talking offsets, lighting, other items on the building in lieu of windows or in lieu of blacked out windows. Another change is the requirement that each adult use marijuana establishment and caregiver operation must be able to provide inspection at any time by city officials. Failure to comply with the inspection or pass inspection allows the city to use zoning police powers to suspend operations until the site is brought back into compliance. And we've had some issues at the city with some illegal grow operations, and we just want to ensure that what is approved follows the necessary safety features. Now, drive-throughs and window facilities are currently proposed in the medical marijuana, and they're adopted in the medical marijuana, and they're currently proposed to be prohibited in this code. In reviewing, staff has added the curbside customer service for adult use marijuana is also explicitly prohibited, and that would be like a walk-up where you'd get it from a little window or something like that, or something that they are customers driving to your car. We just wanted to ensure that there wasn't additional negative consequences to neighboring properties and that there was full safety involved with that. The next item is in review of Class 8 micro businesses statewide. The proposed ordinance has been amended to permit these establishments in any overlay district, not solely in the downtown district, which was proposed in Friday's packet. So this would be allowed in any district, as I mentioned earlier. This amendment does not increase the total number of micro business permits, and that would be 5. The next thing is the hours of retail and social equity retail operations. We did a full review, and it kind of went into the weekend, where we are proposing to modify the retail operations in the downtown district only from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Previously, it had been shown to 10 p.m. The reason, let me correct I think you're right, but let me correct myself. It would be, it would only be open from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. and would have to be closed from 2 a.m. to 7 a.m. The reason why we modified from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. is because of these designated consumption facilities in the downtown. Those are not selling marijuana. And so really this is an opportunity to you may have different businesses, but one may be able to help each other. You purchase at one place, go to the other to actually consume it. So this is for the downtown only. But in reviewing throughout the state, we found an overwhelming uniformity, if you can get, there we go. Looking at the city of Detroit, Ferndale, Ann Arbor, Battle Creek, among many others, I'm just listing a couple there, we found a uniformity that really these retailers are only open till 9 p.m., and so we're proposing for the other districts that those retail operations be not open past 9 p.m. So 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. is the permitted operations. We can always modify that in a future text amendment, but this really, I think, sets us in line with other communities in the state. The next thing is very minor, but I just wanted to say safety compliance facilities have been removed as facilities that may co-locate in a zoning ordinance. We got a legal opinion that because these things may have a landlord, or the landlord may be the marijuana facility, there may be a conflict of interest. And looking at the state CRA, the recommendation was to remove these as a co-location. The next thing is that we just changed grower facility to grower establishment and removed excess growers or permitted type. And this was previously removed by a council motion. So moving on from the changes, I just wanted to talk about site requirements. The marijuana facilities that are adjacent to R1, R1A, R1B, and R2 which are your single-family and low-density residential zoning districts, need to establish landscaping and buffer yards to protect those neighbors. And so we've got details within the ordinance. There is continuing on, there's a limitation to windows that are blacked out, as I mentioned before. And the code is very specific. The windows facing a public street should be clear and translucent. And this is for aesthetic purposes that cities have police powers for. Windows may not be boarded up except for temporary emergencies. And then, again, I mentioned earlier the architectural features in lieu of clear translucent windows. Caregivers has not been previously addressed. The state of Michigan currently allows caregivers to grow up to 12 plants per person and 6 other people, which may include the caregiver. So a maximum of 72 plants. But growing for yourself within the state of Michigan does not classify as a caregiver. And the city wants to promote this ordinance and the 9 types of marijuana businesses that are coming into the city and restrict these caregivers. So this proposal only allows caregivers in light manufacturing and industrial park manufacturing, which is M1 and IP1, and prohibits in other commercial and residential zoning districts. So. Getting on to the Woodward Overlay District, this I mentioned earlier was established from Central up to Rapid and Turk. It does require a zoning map amendment, which it looks like we're doing first. In the overlay district, a property needs to be adjacent to an M1 or an M2 zoning district for approval of that business in the district. For aesthetic purposes, this is a key gateway to downtown Pontiac. There are additional buffer yard and parking lot landscaping requirements compared to the other 3 districts. These are not significant changes, but it's a little bit of additional protection to the neighboring residents, but it's also for the aesthetics along Woodward, particularly with parking lot landscaping that is in your code. I did want to share just some photos. I'm mentioning streets. Some of you may or may not be familiar. I just wanted to highlight at Rapid Street, this is the fish market. This is the north end of the proposed district, just kind of identifying that's there. I don't have a picture of every site. This is, if I can make a joke, this is not a tourism or a travel thing. The next photo shows the Sunoco is to the right of this picture, and Central Avenue is to the right, and this is really showing the first building looking northward at the businesses on the east side of the street. Again, I don't know each of these businesses by heart, but it gives you some perspective as to the bounds of this district. So if there's...
This is just south of the Phoenix Center overpass coming north? Apologies. That's okay.
These photos are just north of South Boulevard. On the left of the photo, outside of the photo, is M1 Concourse. Okay. That's okay.
And this map highlights, if you see the green outline, and I'm going to use the little laser pointer here. The green outline here shows that this proposed overlay district and the properties that are proposed. And then the M1 districts are down here and up here that would be permitted to be adjacent, that are adjacent to the properties. Now, that doesn't prevent future rezonings if that's the case, but it does give the balance of that. And the ordinance has been drafted in such a way that the railroad it would not interfere with being adjacent to an M1 district, and we've reviewed that with our legal counsel. This district is a gateway to the community and downtown Pontiac, and visitors from downtown go to downtown Pontiac from Detroit and point south on the M1. As mentioned before, SEMCOG has got data anywhere from 11,000, 14,000, 17,000 people traverse this daily. And for most people that is aware, it's an under-traveled road. You know, there's definitely a lot more capacity that's on that road just with the current economic situation. So the city does see this as a key strategic corridor for future growth, economic development, and gateway enhancements. A question staff has is, could these businesses, adult use marijuana, prevent patrons from entering downtown if they are only purchasing from a business on Woodward? Something else mentioned in the staff report is, would other future uses limit growth and development, say something that might be child-focused, not want to be sited next to adult use marijuana? It's just something to consider for this district. I think it's a key issue the Planning Commission should consider this evening. So, I'm going to share my staff recommendation to this text amendment, But if I may, just based on the motion earlier, I'm going to move just very briefly into a map amendment. It's just a couple slides, so you can debate that, start the public hearing and go through that deliberation process. So for the text amendment, staff recommends approval with this ordinance without the Woodward Overlay District, with the following one condition for the zoning code text amendment for adult use marijuana in the city of Pontiac. The municipal attorney may amend this proposed text amendment before it's presented to city council to align the zoning text amendment with any municipal code or business code amendments to adult use marijuana. And Planning Commission, again, is the recommending body for a zoning code text amendment to city council, which is the deciding body for these applications. If Planning Commission desires, it is listed, not up here, but it is in your packet, a consideration for the Woodward Overlay District. We just asked, there's a condition in the packet that the overlay district the map amendment has to be approved as well. So just getting onto the map amendments, there will be some repeat things here, so I just want to highlight this for the record. Again, the city requests consideration of a zoning map amendment to create the Woodward Gateway Overlay District. So this solely established this to our zoning map. And an overlay district just changes it is an optional overlay district. It does not change any of the base zoning districts that exist today. And here's a map again showing the bounds of the district. And this staff analysis is identical to what I had before, in consideration that staff has for the potential of future growth, economic development, public improvements, and the key feature to get to downtown Pontiac. So with that, staff recommended, based on staff analysis, staff recommended denial of this ordinance to create the Woodward Gateway Overlay District. So that is my presentation this evening. I just want to do a few things of business. The Kelly firm has been gracious enough to be working with the city. They have provided the ordinances as presented this evening, and so they're really available to Planning Commission solely if you have any legal questions about how anything's drafted or the legality of what is being proposed. So I just wanted to introduce him. Aside from that, before we get into the public hearing, the city has received 2 points of communication. I just wanted to make sure as part of this process, this does not need to be read into the record, but I did want to provide this to all Planning Commission to acknowledge that these are comments the Planning Commission as a whole is receiving for a fair process. So one was directed from a community member, Blair McGowan, to one of the Planning Commission members, and I'm sharing this with all of Planning Commission. And then the second one is from Main Street Pontiac, and I'm going to be sharing this right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair, if I may just let the public know, if you look at the back of the agenda, and the agenda is outside this room, it does actually have the public hearing process if you want to follow along the procedure that's happening this evening. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of information up here to keep organized. I am going to, as a professional, for professional advice regarding one of our commissioners who will be recusing himself. Should he do that now or shall he wait?
Should do it now.
Okay.
Okay.
We will allow our commissioner to take leave.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I would like to recuse myself from the following, from the zoning text amendments regarding Woodward and the other corridors. So
Okay, very good.
that's all I got for you.
Thank you. Is it
Thank you.
okay if he stays with us or shall he?
I just can't talk.
Yeah, that's up to the commission, but the commission does need to have a vote to accept his recusal.
Okay, all right, I make a motion to accept, or I need someone to make the motion to accept the recusal.
I
And-
make a motion to accept Mr. Shepherd's recusal.
And second?
Support.
All right. You want to do,
Duval?
Just to approve.
Okay. McGinnis?
Yes, to approve.
Parlov?
yes to approve?
Northcross?
Yes, to approve.
Thank you.
Assuming I don't have to.
No.
All right,
4-0,
so,
it passes.
very good. All right, so you can sit there and just be good. Yes, thank you. All right, so what we're going to do now is we are going to open the room to public comment. Yes, Christopher. Oh, you want to
Chairperson.
do this, actually, we can ask questions first. We'll do that before we open the room. Go
Yes,
ahead.
if we could.
I will let you start.
I have two questions.
Yes.
One, what would be the approved hours of operation for establishments located in the Woodward Overlay District? These are adult use marijuana facilities.
So for the retail component, it would be 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
7 a.m. to 9 p.m. Okay. And the second item, this refers to Table 2. Reading the amendment, I think I understand that Table 2 and Table 2.1 are going to be merged, but in writing, I didn't see that. All I saw was reference to Table 2-1 that did not include information from Table 2. And I said, whoa.
So if I may, I'll start with this, and then Mr. Kelly may be able to assist. But in drafting this ordinance, what's being added, Table 2 is being renamed to Table 2.1. And generally, there are uses that are being added to Table 2.1, but we're not adding we're not listing each of the land uses, because there's a substantive amount of land uses. This is every land use in the city. And so really, it makes it for an easier review. Dan, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, that's a good summary, and the tables are just reflective of what the actual language is in the ordinance. It summarizes it.
Okay, I was trying to put them together in my mind to come out with the fused Table 2-1. You wouldn't have, do you have that? Could you show what the combined table will look like?
We do not have that created at this time, so.
Okay. That's a very important table. It's referred to all throughout the zoning ordinance. Table 2 is.
Yep.
And then the amendment has changed that wording to Table 2-1, but Table 2-1 has not been completely presented as I think you gentlemen envision it going. And that's my one concern, is that I just wanted to make sure that it will be fused together in the manner that I think is going to be fused together, because it's a very important table. Okay. Those are my two questions.
Is part of what happens on Table 2.1 and 2.2 predicated on the vote for the overlay along Woodward?
Well, there's two different ordinances. So table 2.1 is consistent between the two, but Table 2.2
Yes.
is different because one includes Woodward Gateway Overlay District, the other one does not.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else that we can help you with on that?
No, I was hoping to see a full table. I know I took the time to try to construct the table myself, but, that's me constructing the table. Hopefully I was looking for the administration to present the fully constructed table. Just a matter of housekeeping. From some of my experiences, I remember I used to work as a design engineer, which may explain some of the attention to detail. But I know in marking up prints and marking up other items and specs, we took great pains to, one, say where we're starting from, and then to clearly show where we're going to. And there have been instances where things were inferred or implied and interpreted incorrectly. And as we went back to look, we said, oh, I meant. That was my only thing. That was my only thing. I think I know what you're saying. I think I understand it. It would be great to have that actually laid out in a matrix. Okay.
We will consider that for next time.
I will reserve myself for last. Do you have any questions, Mr. McGinnis?
I have some questions and concerns about the subjective rationale for the recommended denial, but setting those aside because I'm more interested in hearing from residents and community members, could you share the rationale behind the modification? Again, it had been previously proposed of a 10 p.m. closure across the board for all districts, and is the sole intent to bring 9 p.m. for the remaining 2 or 3 districts, depending on the outcome of this and city council decisions, in alignment with what the rest of the state is doing? Your assessment is that all other facilities close at 9 p.m.?
That is correct.
Okay. That's the nature of my questions. Thank you.
Vernita, do you have any questions right now?
I do not. I'm good.
Okay. I had a question about the time as well for when businesses are open. Do we need to have something open at 7 a.m.? Is there a purpose to that early start? Can anyone?
If it's medicinal.
No, for adult consumption. Is that just what everyone else is doing, so we go along with that? Any input?
Well, like the planner has indicated, that is what we've seen in other ordinances. And quite frankly, there's a number of different types of uses when it comes to marijuana. So there would be some reason to purchase it before work, if you will, and have it afterwards and so forth. So 7 a.m. is just what we've seen in other ordinances. But it certainly is a topic for discussion or
As
determination.
adult use, you're saying people would buy it at 7 a.m. rather than medical?
Well, both, actually.
Okay.
What we've seen across the board is that the adult use will basically replace the medical use in most cases. But in the circumstance of when you buy it, that's not, it's just when you're available to purchase it.
Okay. All right, that helps to clarify.
I have a clarifying follow-up related question.
Sure, please.
The ordinance as it relates to medical facilities, what are the current hours spelled out there? And do they also have a 7 a.m.?
What I can do on that is, if it's possible, is we can go through the public hearing and I can confirm that information and share that with Planning Commission later in this hearing.
Okay.
So,
All right. For the consumption lounges, for example, that's also 7 a.m.? I guess I think of this more as if I'm wanting to consume, be it adult marijuana, or if it's maybe to have sparkling beverage, if it's something at 7 a.m. that I would do, or would I be doing it probably a little bit later? So is it a 7 a.m. time frame for that? I mean, I think that a 9 p.m. end time makes sense if it's consistent across the state, and I don't want to necessarily have Pontiac as being the one that's going to start it much later in the day, but is there any rationale in a consumption capacity as a business to start at 7 a.m.?
The only thing I can share just in researching the closing time is that I've seen variable open times through communities throughout the state. So anywhere from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that could be that this permission is 7 a.m., but really it's a business decision for a lot of these establishments based on when they expect their customers to be using the facilities.
Okay, so we could say they could start as early as whatever, but then the business decides when they begin.
Yep, correct.
Okay. The window coverings, I wanted to just touch on that. It's mentioned as being blacked out, blacked out, blacked out. Is it possible to kind of maybe soften the language a little bit to say that the windows are obscured, maybe even with some white film? Because it just seems so harsh to me on some of this language. Any thought on that?
That's a commission, really. That is a commission decision to maybe discuss this evening. Really, you have an opportunity, if this gets adopted, you have the ability with these businesses to review as part of a special exception process. Obviously, tonight is considering the technical language that is in there.
Okay.
But I think we're open for, what we're trying to prevent is all these blacked out windows, and that really negates the facade, the aesthetics, the architecture, and looking for alternative materials. But if you want to do any massaging of some of the language to give you more flexibility or to give the future applicants more process, I think we'd be open to that.
Okay, thank you, that helps. Another question too then, which kind of piggybacks on that, for and this is part legal as well. If someone is coming in and has a freestanding building that they're going to be turning into marijuana use, be it medical or adult use, the way this is drafted sounds to me like they can just continue with whatever is there on the building. For example, T111 siding. Is it possible to structure this where we're having an upgrade on what is happening on these buildings?
So the way, I love our core reporter making sure my mic's on. The way this is worded, there are a lot of things in zoning regulations that are grandfathered, like they're allowed to continue. And the way this has been worded and crafted, and we've worked with legal counsel, is there's certain things that applicants, whether it is a medical marijuana established facility or whether it's another business or a vacant site, that they do need to establish landscaping, lighting, and certain architectural requirements which you are reviewing. So is it a full-scale rebuild that everything's going to look brand new? Not all the time. I think we're going to have some applicants that we're seeing through the medical marijuana process that are going to be, look like it's a brand new building. But we're limiting to those things what the improvements are, because these are existing sites, and we want to make sure that we're being fair about it in a legal way, that it's going back to aesthetics, which is one of the things that we are permitted as a city to be able to regulate.
Okay.
So,
Let's talk about the temporary events. Can we get into more detail on that? I'm assuming it's potentially a tent situation that they're going to be operating out of. How do we have any control over that as a city?
yeah. How it's currently worded in a little bit more detail is they would have to get a temporary event permit. Now, as part of that, they have to get approval from the state, so that would be required as part of that. We are allowing a maximum of a 2-day event, so no more than 2 days at a time, and no more than 4 days in a calendar month. So there are different applications that this can be done, and it's my understanding, while we envision outdoor, there's possibilities that this could be indoor if the state approves it. But and there's certain regulations, if it was indoor, that we would require a zoning permit because it's not explicitly permitted as a use in that building. It wasn't allowed as a marijuana facility today, then they'd have to get a temporary marijuana event permit for that event. So, but the events would have to follow our building and fire regulations just to ensure there's safety for the structure, to the patrons, and to other visitors to our downtown.
Okay. And just reconfirming that if someone is doing the adult use marijuana business, it cannot be in a residential neighborhood. Someone can't say, well, I've got a business out of my house, so now I'm going to be doing this out of my house as well.
The only thing that would be permitted if this were adopted as such is you would be able to grow for yourself. You would not be able to grow for others.
Okay. And a caregiver can't be working out of their home and claim this is their caregiving business?
If adopted,
Okay.
so,
What was the mention about pets? I didn't quite understand that.
okay. There are several things that are listed throughout the code, and this goes back to Commissioner Northcross's point. Because we're changing Table 2 to Table 2.1, we have to reference certain things we're making those changes. And so there's nothing being modified about pets other than that where it's listed in the code in that section is being changed from Table 2 to Table 2.1. So,
Okay. Those are my questions at the moment. Okay. If everyone's all set, no other questions, I'm ready to open up for public comment.
would you like to use
And-
the clock?
Yes, we shall. So what we're going to do tonight, we're going to ask people to come forward, state your name and address for the record. You'll come up to the podium. And we're going to limit your questions and comments to 3 minutes, please. There's a lot of interest, and we do want to hear from everyone. And if you hear someone saying something that you are thinking, or you already have, you've heard someone say that the thoughts that you have already at the podium, please do repeat what your thoughts are, but if you can make sure you're keeping on topic and not repeating everything as what someone else said, that would be helpful for everyone in the room. Okay, so I'm going to open public comment. If, again, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and 3 minutes once you start to speak.
And to clarify, this is for the zoning map amendment first, the
Yes.
public hearing first?
Yes.
And if you, the speaker that's up at the podium, if you can hit the right button, it's going to turn red, and that's when you know it's time to speak.
At the base of the machine.
There's a little person, looks like they're talking.
The map amendment for the overlay district.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me stop it and reset it. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Citizen District Council in District 1, and I came to kind of speak to the decision made about the overlay district. I hope you will reconsider, because I do not agree with the assessment of whomever this is. The overlay district should be okay simply because the statement of the possible potential for growth. District 1 is a very prominent area, but we don't have anything over there anymore. So if you keep stripping us, we will no longer be a district. Now, I don't share the same consideration as the people downtown. We have a different mindset. They live in a business area. We live in residential area. But the Woodward Gateway goes into downtown. There's only minimum flow through Woodward to downtown, but they get it from all other aspects of the district, from all 3 corners, 4 corners. So bottom line is the thought process of saying that we should leave it all to downtown is ridiculous. Because bottom line is, if you don't live in District 1 and you don't go through District 1, you don't know the fact that we don't have anything over there anymore. We don't have any schools. We don't have any vacant buildings. We don't have any recreational facility. We don't have anything in the District 1 residential area. So to have that on Woodward would be a plus, because those residents that cannot afford to open up a facility may, if they own a lot or a building, may be able to sell that building and profit somewhat from it, but not a great deal like everybody else. So for me to get an email saying that we should not be considered or that overlay district should not exist. I vehemently disagree, and I would hope that you would reconsider. Everything else that I've heard, I'm kind of comfortable with, but that's what the CDC is all about. Nobody's directed anybody to talk to the CDC regarding any of these projects. So nobody's talked to Robert Bass about anything for the last 4 to 5 years. So I would hope you would reconsider the overlay district for the Woodward Gateway. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass.
Norman Elam, 45258 Woodward Avenue, Pontiac, on the southern side of Woodward. And we say to eliminate the south end of Woodward, that puts me out. I am, and has been all my life, a Pontiac resident. And here we go again. It seems as though, and I may be wrong, but it seems as though everything is done to eliminate or to put us out. You know, we do these things to get in compliance, then they change the rules to put me out. And please don't take my expression or the way that I express myself as an angry black man or whatever. I'm passionate, and I'm tired of seeing us get this close to something, and then the goalpost is moved. We are with one of the largest businesses that are proposing to put a establishment there, a brand new place, brand new, that will coincide also with the M1 Concourse. And don't tell me M1 don't want it when if you ever go over there, especially during the roadkill or dream cruise or something like that, when you have all these people, you can walk in there and get a contact high, okay? So don't tell me they have a reservation about us, about one being there, because that's not true. Okay, so please consider, put us back in and let Pontiac, original Pontiac, all my life Pontiac, and after we sell, we're still a part of it. We'll be a part. We are partnered with Loon, because it seems like y'all are scared of Loon or something like that. But we are in partnership with Loon. We have in our plans for the medical that we were approved for, we have money allocated for scholarship, upgrading parks. What else? Some of the other things, partnership with the youth, mentoring. So put us back in. And not only that, if someone, don't punish me for downtown not having no business. Punish them, because I look all the time and I see nothing advertising downtown. So don't blame me and don't punish me for wanting to have one on my side saying that they're going to stop here and not come downtown.
Time?
Oh, I thought you was going to give me a little more. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Elam.
Fred was on.
Sorry. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mike Bahura. I own the property at 1249 Baldwin. It's where the Save-A-Lot is located. That property I've owned for probably 30 years now. We've been doing business in the city since the early 90s. It's like deja vu coming back to these city council and planning commission meetings about marijuana. We fought for months and months, maybe over a year, to get the non-overlay included. I have 6,000 square feet that's vacant in my building. My friend Nick here, he's got the building, the Motor City Burgers, the old Motor City Burgers that's vacant just south of South Boulevard. I mean, the previous administration and the previous commission spent, probably 2 years trying to figure this thing out. And we finally got to the point where all we asked for was an opportunity to apply. Us that have been here through thick and thin, through good and bad, give us the chance to get in on this new industry. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Starbucks ain't banging down my door to come lease property. You have all these vacant buildings, but somehow we're gonna create new maps now. I mean, I don't know whose idea this was or what the policy was behind it, but you have people that invested money that won licenses for medical in the non-overlay, real money, millions of dollars. And now what you're doing is essentially telling them, you're screwed because they can't operate just medical. You can't justify it. There's no money in it. And so now you're telling all these people you're kicking them to the curb. So is somebody trying to justify their job security or their position by coming up with some new maps that they created? I mean, you guys took the time to go look at what other cities did in terms of when they open, 7 to 9 or whatever it is. Did you also look to see what their zoning ordinances were? Because I can't think of another municipality where they have a different zoning for medical versus recreational. This would be the very first one. And as a side note, I'm coming here as a business owner in this city, but I'm also an attorney, and I do almost exclusively cannabis licensing. I have applied in almost every municipality across the state. And I'm telling you, this is the first time I've seen 2 different zoning ordinances for medical and adult use. So I'm urging you, please, think about us that have been here for a long time, us that have applied, people that got a license for medical, and now you're kicking them to the curb. Is it legal? It's questionable. Is it fair? Absolutely not. It's a matter of fairness. Why are you changing the ordinance from what was already established? You may not like it, but that's going to leave dozens of people out in the cold and out millions of dollars. I want you to consider that you're really going to be a pioneer in a bad way of having a completely different zoning map than your medical ordinance.
Thank you.
Chris Elam, 45258 Woodward Avenue. What I'd like to say is ditto to some of the things my husband said, and I won't repeat it as you've asked us not to. But with this company, they have proposed to do something for the city of Pontiac, which is what we were most concerned with. Sure, we have a venue in it, but more than that, we're concerned with our city. They've said that they're going to hire school and colleges, young people who need jobs. And they said they'll even do better than that. They'll give them opportunities for advancement in our business. $10,000 yearly. So we appeal to you, the Pontiac Planning Board. And we're also so thankful for our council president and our mayor for even including us. This would be the first that the Pontiac citizens have had an opportunity to do something in the city that they love. And we appreciate this. And so we're just hoping that the planning board would consider us like our mayor and our Pontiac City Council have, giving us a chance to prove to you what we will do, what we have purpose in our heart to do, to also add to the beautification of the new now gateway of Woodward, which I had never heard before until this time. You give us a chance, and we're going to make you proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Elam.
How you doing? Nick Luca, 44911 Woodward Avenue, formerly Motor City Burger Company. I don't think I'm gonna use all 3 minutes, but I started off in the city of Pontiac in 1976, family-owned Coney Island right down the street. I've been investing in the city of Pontiac and the people in Pontiac since then. I've opened up Nico's Coney Kitchen on Walton and Giddings. I've been in the community. A lot of people know me in the community. I know when Mr. Shepherd started off, he knows when I started off. And when you say the overlay of Woodward, how do you X out 3 or 4 buildings? Why not go south? Why are you Xing us out? We are local. We are here. We're intelligent enough. We don't need outsiders all the time. We are a talented group of people if you give people the chance to do something. But you guys are always looking for somebody outsiders to save you. It's been a new Pontiac ever since '76. We're still here. I'm still investing. But you don't give me a chance? Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you, Nick.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Ariel Barr, and I am a representative from Loom Cannabis Company. I am a store manager, but I didn't start there. I started as a luminary, which is your basic hourly entry-level position. And I've found my way up to the area manager position. So what I'm here to say is that I did want you all to hear a fair shot at what we would offer Pontiac. And that is first off jobs with advancement opportunity. 80% of Loom is advanced from within, internal positions. We also offer a strong starting wage with Blue Cross Blue Shield health benefits and a 401k package. We want to invest in your community in other ways as well. In my store of Petersburg, we've adopted the parks system completely. We bank our employees with volunteer hours to be able to go out into their community and be paid while doing so to help brighten it and help advance it. I know we have a strong partnership with the Elams, and we do have a location at 45258 Woodward. So we hope that you consider letting us in and letting us help your community. And that is all the time I'll take from you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariel.
Good evening, Planning Commission, planner. My name is Carlton Jones, 1323 Oaklawn Drive here in Pontiac. What I want to say is that I've watched this process, and I want to commend the planner. I think he has a good chance to be a great planner here at our city. But one thing about institutional knowledge is sometimes it takes a little time to catch up, especially when you got a elongated process, which we've had here. And I agree with the people who came forward saying more important for us is to establish a fair process. There's been several people who lined up. We know we had over 100 people who lined up for medical opportunities. And if you know about the industry, which everybody's saying, that the industry could not survive on just medical. So those people who was in line, lining up to try to have an opportunity, if you do anything to make it seem as if though they're not having a fair shot, we're hurting ourselves. And based upon what I've heard tonight, we're changing the game. And when we change the game, we're not being fair. So even though we've got a competent planner who may say, from what I can see, this is not the way we should go, but Planning Commission, you can make a decision. Let's just be fair. Let's be fair, especially to those people who came forward to our city and said they wanted to come and do a lot for this city. Now, I'm going to tell you, I don't necessarily have a dog in this fight because I came talking about workforce development, whomever win. And fortunately, I had one of 5 people who wanted to help workforce development, was one in the non-overlay area. And they were the top performer. But based upon this new plan, they will be eliminated from the process, per se. At least they wouldn't be treated the same. So it's not a personal thing for me. It's just I want our city to be fair to people who come here and say they want to do business in Pontiac. So we should not be trying to pick winners and losers. Let the industry do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Crystal Lloyd, 45258 Woodward. There are just really two words that I would like to emphasize in the planning process and in your consideration, and that is simply that representation matters. And you may ask, how does it matter? Because there are hundreds of young millennials right here in this city who are looking for an opportunity to better enhance their businesses, their opportunities, so that they can afford and make things available for the generation that comes after us. And what we have seen over the years, my 38 years of living, is by witnessing businesses on Woodward, Elam Brothers, for example, give opportunities to younger kids, younger students who were in school, who then went off, advanced, got a college education, worked for Fortune 500 companies, and are using those funds and abilities to help build their companies and build their businesses just like I am. And so representation matters in the decision as you're making for and through the Planning Commission and through this board. Representation shows and gives inspiration to young people like myself who reside right here in the city of Pontiac, who want to see people like us build, establish themselves, and create bigger and better opportunities for those who come after us. I am a member of the city of Pontiac. I am a resident of the city of Pontiac. I am a student who came up through the Pontiac education, went to Oakland University, forwarded and advanced myself as the Elam family has given me the finances in order to do so. As they have partnered with companies and with businesses, General Motors, as they have partnered with churches, as they have communicated and made dealings, great dealings for the city of Pontiac. Every July in the during the summertime through the family block party, they are examples. They represent this city well. And not only that, they show us as an example how we can help advance ourselves and more so give opportunities for those who are watching us every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd. Don't be shy. I know there's more thoughts out there.
Good evening. My name is Karen Jorgensen, and I reside at 35 North Saginaw in downtown beautiful Pontiac, and I'm owner of Pontiac's Little Art Theater and the Green Room Cafe. We have been almost 5 years now trying to get through this process, and I understand that all of you are new to this process, so I'm not conveying my frustrations with that. But we have 27 buildings that are waiting for something to happen downtown. And I'm passionate downtown because I reside downtown, and I think that if we don't have a thriving downtown, we don't have a thriving city. I think it should be fair for everyone. I don't think that anybody should be excluded depending on where your property is. If you're in Pontiac, you're in Pontiac. But I'm really afraid that we're missing the boat here. We've been delaying this for so long. Other cities are already up and running. And, I want to make sure that all the details are taken care of. But if we don't put a fire under this and figure out how to get this expedited, I'm just afraid that too much time is going to go by. And it's really had a detriment to the real estate in Pontiac because a lot of people are waiting to see where things are going to go. And as we're waiting, our economic development is stagnant. And our downtown is literally a ghost town. So I appreciate all the work that the commission's doing, and I hope that we can reach out to each other and get this expedited as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jorgensen.
I got one other thing I want to say. Carlton Jones again, 1323 Oak Line. I know that we have a tendency to rely upon our legal support for when we got very complicated issues, and we should. But what I will say, in issues like this, I've been tracking them, these legal issues will come up, and we can pay for attorneys to fight them, because we had about 80 losers in here, and all the losers could be mad is from the medical side. But I'll just say this much. If you try to keep it fair, you won't have to spend as much in our own money fighting us to get to the process of the end. So if we can just make sure, even if legal say, hey, we can fight it, let's be fair-minded, respectable to people who come to our city, and I think we can offset some of these legal time that we have to spend fighting legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, again. Anyone else have a thought they'd like to express?
Nick Luca back again, sorry.
That's okay.
I just had more of a question. Why was the cutoff at South Boulevard? What was the reasoning for that?
I can ask once we have closed public hearing, see if we can get a response for you.
Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing for now. Thank you for all of your thoughts. I appreciate that. And the one question that our resident business owner had asked, is there a thought process about how the overlay was created?
Really assessing that corridor, and you know, I would say one of the concerns was just the proximity to a hospital and trying to buffer from that. While that's not a requirement that is proposed, I think we wanted to stay away from St. Joseph's, or what used to be known as Trinity. I think the other thing is, in staff's administration's review, we did not want this long corridor of adult use marijuana facilities. And so, we chose areas that we felt were more conducive to this, and again, closer to the M1 zoning district properties.
Okay.
So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for that additional information. Before we head to a vote on this amendment here, do any of my fellow commissioners have questions? Mr. Northcross, I will start with you.
Thank you. No, I don't have any questions. I have noted, though, that just a comment that I've noted that the hours of operation for any facility in this district would be from, this district being the Woodward Overlay District, are from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., if I'm correct?
For Woodward, that is correct. And just a reminder, we'll be talking about that with the text amendments. Right now is just the map amendment for Woodward.
Okay, that's what's proposed. And
Sure.
then for downtown, the hours of operation there proposed would be from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. That's right. That makes a big difference, doesn't it? That really opens up that window quite a bit. Okay.
And that aligns with the designated consumption facility hours as well.
Okay. No, no other questions.
Thank you, Christopher. Mike McGinnis, anything?
The question is really for the Planning Commission. We don't have to answer, we'll answer with our votes, but is this a direction we would like to recommend to the City Council as it relates to this Gateway Overlay District? I have a question for staff that may not be pertinent now, but I think it's a question that's been invoked indirectly by some members of the public. But what are the options for the Planning Commission if they wish to have a non-overlay district for adult use marijuana businesses? Is that something permissible through this current map amendment or the zoning text amendment as part of a recommendation to City Council? Has that been adequately, now that you noted that there would be a zoning map amendment to the public, is that a viable option even on the table for this planning commission?
Well, first of all, can I just follow up a little bit on with regard to the non-overlay district? I mean, I've heard that phrase, but are you talking about granting of individual licenses outside of the current district?
The City of Pontiac zoning map amendment for medical marijuana has a non-overlay, essentially at-large district.
Right.
So we're referencing at-large locations that are beyond the confines of the Cesar Chavez district, the Walton Boulevard district, or the downtown district.
And if I can add to that, the medical marijuana, the table 2, which is table 2.1, does allow certain uses in it has to be in a certain zoning district. It's not any zoning district, but in medical, for that those at-larges, that is in there. And so really, for consideration for Planning Commission, and I would ask this to Dan, if Planning Commission wanted to consider at-larges in the community, it'd be an amendment to table 2,
Yeah.
or 2.1. Could they do that this evening? Would that require another public hearing?
In that this is a recommending body, I feel as if there's been adequate notice and they could make that recommendation to the city.
Okay.
Anything else, Mike?
That addresses the primary questions that I have. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. Bernita?
I don't have a question, but I do have comments. I actually am on the board of Main Street Pontiac. I just was recently the president of Main Street Pontiac, now the vice president. And I know the struggles of downtown, foot traffic, empty buildings. And so there's definitely opportunity for economic advancement there. And I think with our partnering with the city is going to be a major, major asset to that. I'm also a resident of Pontiac, and I've known the Elams all my life. And I know how they have struggled as well with foot traffic in the community. But they have been a staple in this community for their block events. They don't ask for any city funding. They don't ask for any help. They've been a staple in the community for their efforts with youth, education, and the fact that they're maintaining their businesses is just a testament to what they're doing in the community and how much the community rallies around them. So those are my comments.
Great, thank you. In relation to what Mike just brought up with the at-large opportunity for medical marijuana, of which there are apparently some businesses on Woodward that have fallen into the category that they can operate there, correct? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. The businesses that are already functioning can, unless we approve this overlay, if they happen to be within the overlay, then they could not do recreational there? Or could they do recreational there?
So only the ones within the approved overlay district would be able to, as it's presented this evening.
Okay, so we would have to approve it in order for them to do
That is correct. So
recreational.
they have a legal right to medical.
Yes.
There would need to be a zoning ordinance that would allow it for
Recreational.
adult use. Yes.
Okay. So we could do that separate from having the map overlay? It becomes an independent, just like,
Yes, if you want me to answer. Short answer is yes.
Okay.
What I would suggest is that the planning commission makes the motion with regard to the maps and the map amendment, and then you could make a separate motion to include the at-large non-overlay district language that you choose, which would, follow the medical marijuana ordinance.
The one thing I would say is, I think it's important if you were to do this, that we would designate what districts, what zoning-based districts. We're not talking overlay districts. We're talking, M1, C4, and that would need to be established by Planning Commission, for a recommendation.
okay. So it becomes a bigger net, so to speak, if we are taking away the map that was created for the recreational.
You're looking
Woodward?
citywide. Within those base zoning districts, it would be permitted, and there'd still be a scoring system through the, or not a scoring system, but there still would be a business license program through the city clerk's office that city council is currently considering. But it would give a right if an applicant was looking citywide, as long as the zoning district was either a permitted use or a special exception use in this map amendment,
And
or
there's-
text amendment.
Okay, and there's a limit to the numbers of these at-large businesses? How many licenses there can be?
I do not think there's been a discussion. We've established the total number of licenses in the city. We would need to review with Planning Commission, our current chart and see if, how that would function between the overlay districts and the non-overlay districts, so.
Okay, so there is no designated number at this point. It's,
There was a number on the map.
Order,
They had numbers on
order.
I just wanted to make sure that.
thank you for that.
And there were
But we'll
numbers
try
on
and
the
get the
map
answers, yeah.
specific to overlay districts, not, at-larges. So,
Can you bring our maps back up, the
Sure.
different areas, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just as a perspective to answer the feedback from the public, the city council, since I liaison with the city council, has intentionally not finalized the business ordinance, so that way it can align with the recommendation and ultimate decisions that are made with the zoning map amendment and zoning text amendments. So there is a current amended proposal
Okay,
before the city council for a number of overall establishments.
okay,
But that is something that could be modified depending on how the recommendation and the final language shakes out, if that makes sense.
okay.
So there is a current working number that the documents before us are based off of, but there's still an opportunity to make final tweaks, so that way it's as harmonious, effective, and inclusive / smart as possible.
Okay. So the number that you had on our 2.2, I believe, chart.
so you're looking for a
Table.
chart, not a map, is that correct?
Well, no, you can leave the map up.
Okay.
But the number that was on the chart was totaling approximately 47 permits, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, but those were multiple uses.
Okay.
Correct.
So it could potentially be more than that for the number of businesses operating between medical and adult in the city.
Yeah, because at this time, we're not repealing the medical marijuana. Although we don't envision it from a staff standpoint, there may be, there is the possibility that a medical facility, once they get full approval, could remain.
Okay. So within, okay, let me come back to this, because I'm just, I guess my concern is that we're going to have all of this randomness of businesses. And when I drive into different communities and there's something here and there's something there and it looks very chaotic, I would rather that we're approaching this with a clear and concise thought about how we're going to organize these businesses, rather than having, we have a liquor store over here and then we got another one 5 feet away. And because this is ground level, I would rather it be yes, exactly. Strategic is a great word. And if it means that we don't have anything until we get into these areas that we've already decided where the medical districts are, if we start with that where we can have recreational and then potentially expand into these other areas that are not medical and are potential recreational, it is frustrating to me that we never finalized the medical and now we've thrown this recreational in on top of all of it.
May I make a statement?
Yes, please.
What I'm finding is that a lot of the medical marijuana establishments, that all the billions of them that said they wanted to be an establishment, are not surviving. They're not thriving, and they are partnering with other larger companies. So you don't see the fragments of pockets of one stop here, one
You're
here.
talking about in other communities.
That's what I've seen. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
That's been the pattern.
Okay,
And a follow-up to that.
yes.
The city of Pontiac has issued conditional approval for the 20 medical marijuana retailers. And not all have necessarily proceeded, but that was issued in May of last year.
Okay,
And so that process has concluded in that respect. But I think you might be invoking whether any are operational or fully.
correct. And it sounds like
live.
maybe there's one that's about to come online?
We have one that is that is very, very close to final site plan approval. I've been so busy with this, I haven't been able to review, but we have all the reviews from all the different agencies, and then we have 3 that are slated to come before you on March 15th for the special planning commission meeting.
Okay. Go ahead, Christopher.
If I may. Woodward is a very important corridor in terms of traffic passing through Pontiac. I see downtown, they've made some really wonderful investments, have shown a lot of grit at staying with the businesses in downtown, some vision. I see some of the businesses that have opened up have drawn people from outside. I just see the city opening up. I don't see the city as being the zero-sum game that's being presented for a lot of folks, by a lot of folks. I see the Woodward Loop being changed, and that having repercussions all throughout the city in every direction. Given all these changes, I remember our master plan back in 2014, there were some assumptions that we made, a lot of which have been blown out of line.
Right.
I really think that we're at a point where we should approve this Woodward overlay district, and then go ahead and approve the text amendments, get the thing out of the way, get it going, take a deep breath, and then start digging in, working for all the other changes that are going to come through the city from all the other different projects we have going on right now. To not approve the overlay district, I think we're going to unfairly tip the balance of the scale. We're going to be making some, we're going to go further in calling who will be the winner and who will be the loser, that I don't think we really need to get into, especially if we're looking at, capitalism and letting the market determine the winners and the losers. I think downtown has some very positive things going for it that I think it will succeed.
I agree.
And I think that the Woodward Overlay District will be A+.
Well, and let me ask this then. If, just hypothetically, and I ask this to my fellow commissioners and also staff, if we said, let's not do the overlay as it's been designed on our maps tonight, and instead go back to at-large recreational use, and then wherever it ends up on Woodward, it's not going to be from downtown all the way to South Boulevard or the hospital, bumper to bumper. It couldn't be. That's not possible, correct? We don't have the capacity to approve businesses in that fashion for recreational use.
There's still a limit to what's, the number of. There's still a limit to the number of retailers that are in here, social equity retailers, and buffers. So, and I think that if you're considering, at larges, I just think just make sure that that is under consideration, the number that are there.
Because we're not saying no to recreational. We're just addressing a few blocks in the city as to where it could be in the gateway, as it's been noted. If we said no to that, but it's not that they couldn't be on Woodward
Right now, it would be.
at all, even though it's at large?
There isn't an at-large as.
Okay, so then we have to approve an at-large for recreational in certain areas. Is that right? please.
And just to state, we're really looking at this adult use. Our goal is not to modify medical, but there are some things that we want to strengthen in our code, like you do any ordinance of a zoning code. And so I think we're working with Planning Commission to address that. The thing about it is, if you would need another public hearing to add area to an overlay district. So if you're creating new properties that would be adopting an amendment to the zoning map, that it requires a new public hearing, whether you table that or you have a future amendment, map amendment to add more areas. But if you were to, Planning Commission can make conditions or amendments this evening in your review. And so, you can definitely propose at-large facilities if you know the zoning districts in the city that they would be in. But in order to restrict it just to Woodward, that it really is a map amendment, if that question makes sense.
Yeah,
Or
I'd
that
like to
answer
be able
makes
to-
sense.
So the way that I look at it is very similar to that. However, there really, you do have two ordinances. You have a medical marijuana ordinance, which is in place.
Right.
And now you're considering adult use, only for purposes of zoning. What the city council does or doesn't do with regard to the business regulations might affect medical marijuana as much as anything else. But I think what's in front of the Planning Commission tonight is just the zoning for the adult use or recreational marijuana, and that's what we should be focused on, as opposed to taking a look at another ordinance that really hasn't been reviewed by staff at this point.
Correct.
And how it interacts with this ordinance. That isn't to say that it couldn't happen in the future, but for us to do it tonight, I don't think we have enough information in front of us.
I appreciate that, thank you. All right, can I make the motion? Is that acceptable, or do I have to allow someone else to do it?
No. The chair can make a motion if.
All right,
so-
I'm gonna make a motion here regarding the zoning text amendments.
And this would be for the map amendment. That is what's before you at the moment.
I'm sorry, the zoning map amendment.
Correct.
I make a motion to deny the zoning map amendment for the Woodward Overlay District. Is there any support for my motion? Apparently I have no support.
Motion fails.
Motion failed.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I make a motion to approve the zoning map amendment for the Woodward Overlay District.
Is there support for that?
Support.
North Cross,
Yes to approve.
Parlov,
No.
McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Duval.
Yes to approve.
It is 3-1, just confirming with our attorney that, that is.
Satisfactory, yes.
That is satisfactory to be recommended to city council.
Okay.
Okay.
So now do we move up to the zoning text amendment?
Yes.
I don't know unless you would like a presentation, I don't know that we need a presentation, but what you will need to do is just introduce the case and then have a public hearing.
Okay. Please introduce the case. For the zoning text amendments.
Yep. There you go.
All right.
Well,
So now I open public
Yep.
hearing. You don't need to go through anything? All right.
Nope.
I'm going to open public hearing. And again, if you want to say anything, we'll give you 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Public hearing is open. Public comment.
Public hearing is open, but it might help if the attorney or staff can clarify that, again, what we're seeking now is feedback from the community about sort of the text, the language about what would govern, where and what is permitted, if you want to provide the refresher.
Yeah.
You
That's
don't
an
have to go
excellent.
through the litany, but.
That's an excellent clarification. So what Planning Commission just approved was the establishment, or what they recommended approval was the establishment of Woodward. Everything about the contents and regulations is really what is contained in this text amendment, and why we're having legally having a public hearing. The Planning Commission is reviewing the nuts and bolts that are within these regulations, so.
The public hearing is open.
Yes, the public hearing is open.
Okay, Carlton Jones, 1323 Oak Line. I need some clarity myself. What was just approved, was that meaning that the proposed map that had been modified from the previous map is was just approved?
The smaller map is, which we can put up on the screen here for you.
It is what has been recommended for city council.
Yes.
So it's a recommendation that now we'll have 2 readings at the city council level in terms of this map amendment.
So what I think Ms. Parler was saying is that now that right there, opportunity to modify it towards what it was for medical on Woodward have we passed that?
There was not medical that was allowed there. That would have been a random
There was
location for medical.
There was some medical that was outside that map on Woodward.
Yeah, but it was not designated as a district. There were 3 other areas in the city: Walton, Cesar Chavez, and downtown. Then there was an opportunity for people to potentially locate in other places outside of those 3 zones for medical purposes. This is now going to be for recreational use within that green area, potentially, depending on how city council reacts to it.
Okay, but what I was hearing is that you could have an opportunity to go back and make it to be inclusive of those medical people that was on Woodward also, because this map eliminates some people on the other side of South Boulevard. And if that opportunity was one that was just lost then, I'm just not clear if that's true.
We can have the staff answer it maybe after
Yep,
the public
after
hearing.
we close the public hearing, I'll have.
Okay, because that's my, Mike, I think you was alluding a little bit to that earlier about changing the map, because this is a different map than was proposed earlier. And so this map stops at South Boulevard, and we know that there was one that was, I know for sure, that was just past South Boulevard, was the top one for the non-overlay. So I would not want to be unfair to them because somehow this map got changed. So I think we need to consider that, because this right here is a different map than was proposed earlier. So I just want some clarity about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from anyone else?
Good evening, Jen Zielinski with Common Citizen. I also just have a comment as the evolution of the Woodward Gateway Overlay District evolves here. Another item for consideration with those locations that are approved medically that are also within the now recommended overlay are buffered out by the buffers that have been modified in the zoning text amendment that's going to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment they'd like to make? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And again, we will start with Mr. Northcross. Anything you have questions about for the text amendments?
I do. I was noting the, under the temporary events, there is a prohibition against alcohol, but not against tobacco. Whereas in the consumption lounges, there is a prohibition against both alcohol and tobacco. I would recommend that we include tobacco as well as alcohol in events, in the temporary events, as prohibition. That's number one. Number two, in terms of signage and advertisements, we have a 100-foot prohibition against advertising marijuana within the, what is it? A prohibition of advertising anything about marijuana within 100 feet of youth centers and religious organizations. But our current buffer says that we cannot operate a facility within 500 feet of a religious facility and 1,000 feet next to a school. And I would think that the youth centers would be treated the same as the school. So those are some comments, just technical things, but I think that in keeping with the rest of the text amendments that I see, these changes fall in line. I would recommend those changes being made.
And Chair, if I could add for the commission, a question was asked by Commissioner/Council President McGinnis earlier about the hours of operation for medical marijuana in the city, and it is, I'm confirming it is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was medical. Okay.
Oh.
And also, by the way, the question that our our neighbor asked about the map that he was looking at, that it was smaller, it's smaller now, larger before.
This is the first public hearing with this map, and while there was a different area presented previously,
Right.
This is what Planning Commission has recommended to City Council for adoption.
Okay.
So
And then the question about the medical in other areas.
those were granted as at-larges, and
Yes.
so really not part of a geographic area per se. Under the approved regulations for medical marijuana in the city of Pontiac, and then the subsequent licensing and scoring system.
Okay, and so potentially they could fall within this area on Woodward, but it wasn't designated as such that they would be allowed there.
Correct.
Okay.
Madam
Yes, go
Chair,
ahead.
if I
Yes.
may.
Yes, please.
I do have a couple of other notes that I made. These are observations, questions. This relates to Article 2, Chapter 2. It is Section 2.205. Currently, there are subsections A through C in the posted ordinance. And the posted ordinance is the one that is on the website that's dated 2012. The amendment says that the new section to be added to, the new item to be added to this section is to be labeled E. And if it's to be labeled E, what happened to D?
I don't know.
Then there's a reference to a table in Article 2 of Chapter 3, and this is Section 2.303. I could not find a table to modify in that section. Okay. And I've already stated my confusion about Table 2-1, what's actually in it, and the fact that there's no references currently to Table 2 being included in 2-1, and everywhere that Table 2 had been listed from Section 2.203 on, is Table 2 has been changed to Table 2-1, although Table 2-1, as shown, does not include those portions of Table 2. The other item is in Article 3, Chapter 12. We are adding a item of Section 12, and currently, there are 10 sections in Chapter 12, Article 3. So if this is 12, then the question comes, what happens to 11?
Yeah.
And then I guess we're looking at needing to add in our text amendment in Chapter 7, in Article 4, Chapter 7, 7.203, we'll now need to add adult use marijuana Woodward Overlay District.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
please.
So, thank you, and Commissioner Northcross did send an email late today. We did review with legal counsel who does prepare the ordinances. There are a couple things that the commissioner has identified that are more Scribner errors when it comes to numbers and formatting. This will be our attorneys will review this and they will put it in final formatting. And one of the conditions of approval grants them the authority to do that. They're not making any substantive changes to the policy, but this will allow them to correct that. Now, regarding the Woodward Gateway Overlay District, we are in agreement that that will be added as a definition. And I recommend to Planning Commission to just add that as a condition of approval, or that your recommended approval, and we can incorporate that in.
Okay. Anything else at the moment?
That's it.
Okay, that was good. Thank you. Mr. McGinnis.
Yes, so the recommended motion that staff has provided in terms of approving the zoning text amendment with the Woodward Overlay District with the two conditions as presented. One, you've already identified. Condition one is the attorneys are empowered to clean up, formatting and numbers, Scrivener's errors. What's the second condition?
It is ensuring that the map amendment actually gets adopted. So essentially, and we recommend keeping that in there just in case something, we hope it doesn't, but in case something happens at the council level that essentially ties the map amendment with the text amendment changes.
Thank you for that. That's
Okay.
helpful. And as I'm reviewing the text of the zoning text amendment, can you help me understand where the sort of buffer, the requirement that there must be M1 or M2 neighboring language, was already existing in the previous proposal, and that's why it's not highlighted yellow, or?
So the highlighting and the redlining is actually from Friday's report. There's been substantive changes, and so we didn't redline the entire document. What I would say is this is the first time Planning Commission is seeing the Woodward Gateway Overlay District other than just a map. And there previously have been really no regulations behind it. And so this is the first time Planning Commission is seeing that, if that helps answer the question.
But on what document might I be able to find, where's that tethered to, that M1 or M2, or is it solely the map?
And
Your verbal presentation and the map?
absolutely.
Because what we're looking at right now is the aerial view of what's been recommended, and of course, there's still more deliberation and ultimate adoption to come, but the Woodward Gateway Overlay District, consideration is Overlay District number 4. Green is highlighted, but I don't necessarily know if green is all green, if there's this sort of must be adjacent to M1 or M2.
Yeah.
I don't know if all of those parcels.
If I may, the reason not everything will be eligible in the zoning district because of buffer yards, because of adjacent properties. What I did include in the packet, and I'm going to bring up on the screen here, is this map, and really this is the proposed overlay district with the zoning classifications. Now that dark maroon to the bottom left is the M1 concourse. But what you're really looking at is some of
That zoning is, I'm sorry, I don't have my microphone on. That, hopefully I was loud enough for transcription. The M1 concourse is actually zoned M1.
No, it is actually zoned MUD.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, and that was adopted approximately 6, 7, 8 years ago on that development. It previously was, I believe, an industrial site. But you have the M1 here along the railroad, and then you have the M1 on the north side of the site here. So, now a property can still be adjacent to residential, but it just needs to be attached to M1 properties, or adjacent to a property that is zoned M1.
And must that be on the same side of the street or thoroughfare? Or is adjacent considered across the street?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would ask a legal question. I know we were working with ensuring that if it was across the street from the railroad, that would be permitted. I'd have to defer to our legal counsel with the specific language that's included.
Right. Well, for purposes of the railroad, we considered it to be adjacent. Across the street, we would not.
Okay. And as there's further refinements needed at the policymaking and zoning level after this recommendation is made by the Planning Commission, does the City Council have that ability to make additional amendments or modifications to the zoning text amendment and or the zoning map amendment
the recommendation is made from here, and then we'll have at least 2 readings at the city council level, and then ultimately adoption or denial. But in those multiple readings at the city council level, if the community and even the planning commission says, hey, as we've done more of a fine-tooth comb, we would like, this phrase inserted here, that's an opportunity.
Yes, and that is the purposes of the first read, and then there can be modifications between the first and second read. And I think you had asked earlier about the actual language in the text. It's at 3.1211, page 53 on my copy.
Thank you for flagging that.
All right.
So it's something that we can address down the road, but I think we want to review that to understand the implications of that requirement. For the community's benefit, because we're dealing with really specific items, I just want to let you know that what we're considering is very proactive and very, very robust when it comes to protecting neighborhoods, to make sure that the residents are at the forefront in terms of very strong safeguards for nearby residents and neighborhoods. And that was something that was done very intentionally. We'll be able to review that even more so as it goes through the steps. But we're focusing on sort of the remaining final questions. But as this document has been crafted, that was a high priority. And I think that all of the ordinances and all the zoning, that's central in terms of making sure that any of these facilities are good neighbors, good stewards of their property, and that annually they must maintain and comply with these requirements, or else they will no longer be permitted to operate in the city of Pontiac. And so those safeguards are very intentionally put into these and other governing documents that, again, haven't been adopted yet, but it's worth highlighting because that's kind of already been sort of agreed upon, and there's consensus on that, so we're not really focusing on that, but that's an important consideration.
Thank you, Mike. I have a question. Let me just kind of jump in the middle here. Because we don't have a specific number yet, and I keep coming back to this, because I think about all these times we've had businesses that want to sell liquor. We already have so many liquor stores here in the city. Is there a number yet that's been identified as to when this ends? What's the limit on all of this between medical and recreational? Is it just never ending?
Are you asking about the number of actual licenses that are given for different uses?
That could be issued by the city.
Yeah, right now it's in draft form with medical and adult use are very separate. And right now it's in draft form, really comes from the business license policy at City Council. I think what we're working with is 24 total licenses, with 18 being regular retail and 6 being social equity. We're working with 5 micro businesses. Some of the other land uses, like growers and processors, I'm not aware of a limit of those, and they're not established here. Designated consumption facilities, we allow 3 south of Huron, 3 north of Huron. So really, when you look at table 2.2, that is reflective of what direction staff has gotten from City Council and administration in terms of the numbers. But those aren't finalized until the business license is approved. And I'm sure City Council will be reviewing both ordinances to seek alignment.
Okay. All right, just a little putting out in the Ethernet, hoping that we get a manageable number from council as to what you all feel is a realistic and fair number for our city for what these businesses are. I'm sorry about that. Having my own little private conversation with Mike. Hoping that City Council will be able to establish a number of business licenses that will be realistic and reasonable for what our city can anticipate these businesses to be as we move forward. Okay, I'm sorry. Anything else, Mike, that you were saying?
No, thank you.
Bernita?
I think I'm all good.
Okay. For the other things to add, we touched on the window coverings. Does that get mentioned now? Or is it?
If you would like to make an amendment, now is the time to mention that.
Okay. I would like to add in there that the window coverings are not necessarily relegated to black, but a white film on windows or some other color is acceptable.
So may I ask for clarification on that? The first thing is, we've got this for multiple uses.
Okay.
And so I want to just confirm that you'd like this as a condition for the multiple uses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you, our regulations are really limiting the percentage of windows that are blackened out or opaque that you cannot see through. Are you including these white, is it a permission or is it something that's prohibited in your viewpoint?
Well, let me use as an example. I had mentioned to you there's a business on Woodward, and it's at the corner of Prospect and Woodward. It's a liquor store that was approved. They went through a major renovation, and it never opened up. And I just drove by it today, and it has red on the upper part of the windows, and everything is just blacked out like this tabletop. And it just, there's never a car in the parking lot, and it's just this dead business. So that's more of my concern, is how it's projecting to the community when they're trying to provide. I know there's screening that needs to be provided, and we don't want to necessarily see everything that's happening, but
Right
that's
now, the
my
language
concern.
requires that it must be visible, that there cannot be any.
From the street.
That's right. So.
But the remainder on the building, if it's just, again, this,
That's a fair question. There's a parking lot so the windows are facing the parking lot and the side street. Does that
Right.
constitute facing the street?
It does.
Yeah.
okay,
So what it's saying is that we're not going to require opaque, AKA viewable windows on the back or, et cetera. But
Right.
basically, the front-facing facade, the Woodward side would count, but the Prospect side would count as well. That those must be, you're saying, the terminology you're using is that opaque, meaning that we'll see into them. And I'm sorry to commandeer
or
your
somewhat
feedback.
translucent, because opaque is that you can't see through.
Opaque is that you can see through them, correct?
No, opaque you cannot see through.
So you're saying that right now we want it to not be visible.
On the back.
On a public street, it needs to be transparent. You need to be,
Transparent.
yeah. And so there is very technical language about translucent, transparency, and the opaqueness. And there is an allowance for opaqueness on non-frontages, and it's a certain percentage. So growers and processors are allowed more because of the type of business that they're operating. They're allowed, I believe it's 60%, that the windows are actually allowed to be opaque, that you cannot see through to align with the state code. Now, they still have to meet some architectural requirements, but other uses such as retail, there is, it's a smaller number, at 30%.
But so the retailer must, on any front-facing window, must be transparent. You can
That is
see it.
correct.
Well, I very publicly demonstrated I didn't know what the word opaque means, and now it's in the transcript to haunt me for time immemorial. But, so to the item that you've identified, those windows would not be allowed to be screened. They must be transparent for a retailer in that scenario. Are we understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
Based on the zoning
Yep.
text amendment before us.
Okay. So but what I'm saying, my question is, for what does need to be opaque, what you cannot see through, this is calling for black in the verbiage, and I'm just suggesting or asking if it can be white? Can it be another color? Why does it need to be relegated to black?
Or just say the word screened without identifying the pigment.
Staff use the word black because that's what we've commonly seen, both in this community and other communities, not just for marijuana businesses. And so I think your suggestion works well, or you could say black or other shades, whatever suits your pleasure. So,
Okay, all right, let's keep it simple and open. Other
Okay.
shades is fine.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then did we come up with a consensus on hours for everything?
My personal preference would to see that it would align with what the medical establishments have in our city, so that it would be 10 p.m. I'm comfortable with the downtown having until 2 a.m., so that way it could align with the consumption lounges. I see the merit with that argument. But it would be we permit, through the zoning text amendment, we permit co-location, meaning a medical can be where an adult use is. And how haphazard would that be if we are mandating that recreational or adult use book of business, that's got to stop at 9,
Right.
but the medical sales can go until 10. That's going to lead to, I would say, not the most
cohesive requirements on a business within our city.
Sure. So, but to
That's
go
my
to,
one perspective.
so consumption lounge is simply that you can bring in product and enjoy it there. It's not purchased there, and those could be open until 2.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, I think those are my questions. All right. Who wants to give the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the zoning text amendment with the Woodward Overlay District with the 2 conditions as presented.
Plus, do we have to add the other
Yes.
items
2 plus.
in?
Yes.
Conditions as presented.
Which includes the blackout or other color for
Which includes
opaqueness.
everything she said.
And do we want to also modify the time to reflect 10 throughout instead of 9 p.m.?
Yes.
So we're taking the 9 to 10.
You got that? I think we're all set.
Can we also add the attorney cleanup that we had talked about earlier?
And those are part of the first 2 conditions that were in the motion already.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yep. So,
So
I'm
what I
good.
said already.
I'll second that. That's
Okay,
how
good.
good I am. Larry.
All right.
I'll second that motion.
All right. Roll call, please.
all right. Duval,
Yes to approve.
McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Northcross,
Yes to approve.
Parlov.
Yes to approve.
The motion passes, the recommendation of motion passes 4-0. So,
Thank you.
okay. Chair, if I may ask,
Yes.
working with our court reporter, they've asked for a 5-minute break, if that's possible, just
It is
before we get on to
possible.
the rest of our business.
Absolutely. And thank you, everyone who's been here so far. We appreciate your input and interest.
We need
taking a
your-
break.
We need your input.
That's right.
So next up will be the public hearing for 204 West New York Avenue, ZMA-23-01. It'll follow that same process that we did where anyone who's in attendance will be able to, after the presentation, have their 3 minutes to share their perspective as well.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
That's rare, it's hard.
I would like to talk to you tomorrow if possible. Okay, sounds good, thanks.
Paging Commissioner Shepard, paging Commissioner Shepard.
Okay. Round two. Thank you for coming back. All right, our next item on our agenda this evening is zoning map amendment for the property that is at 204 West New York Avenue. It's ZMA 23-01. And I will let Mr. Yendrick present.
Perfect. Give me just a second here.
Before you start, Mark.
Yep.
And to the board.
Yes.
So we're done with the recusal. Do we have to let Tim back into?
Oh. We have to open the door.
Exactly. I mean,
I
he's
make
sitting
a-
there. He might as well do something, right?
I make a motion to let Tim Shepard back in. You're welcome.
Did we have a second? Are we ready for roll call?
No, we're gonna leave him out.
Oh, I thought
McGinnis?
the recusal was only on a specific item, but
It was.
we can, I mean, but
You want to support my motion?
I support your motion.
Thank you.
We'll make sure.
Roll call.
Northcross?
Yes.
Duval?
Yes to approve.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Parlov?
Yes.
Oh,
Welcome back. We missed you.
We missed you.
okay.
All right. Are you ready to present?
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
have a zoning map amendment, also known as a rezoning. It is case ZMA 23001. The address is 204 West New York Avenue, which is in the proximity of West Walden Boulevard. The applicant is CJ Felton of the Community Housing Network, and the proposal this evening before Planning Commission is to rezone from R1 to R3. This request is being made to allow a future multifamily development, which is the site of the former Weaver School. Now, as part of this, there is no formal site plan. This is solely a rezoning tonight. This is the schedule laid out. The Planning Commission public hearing is being held tonight. The City Council consideration and site plan process will happen in the future. So this is just some background information just showing the location of this Weaver School. I understand about 10, 15 years ago, this building was in a much better condition, but while it has had some users through the years, it is in a dilapidated position. I know from the city's perspective, it's not very usable, just in its current condition and configuration for reuse. So this is the location. Again, Walden Boulevard is to the bottom left of the screen. I apologize if I'm hitting your head with the laser. There's West Walden Boulevard. This is Carlisle Street, and I mention that because I think their working title for this development is related to a historical figure of the community, Mrs. Carlisle, that has been involved in Pontiac for many years. So this is a zoning map, and I think this is really the important exhibit, just showing the red box just shows the current zoning and the current area to be rezoned. It is R1, which is your typical single-family residential. You notice the C1 on the north side of West Walden Boulevard, and even some more intense commercial uses on the south side. So this is adjacent to it, so the request is a transitional request for zoning. It's not an abrupt change per se. So there are 10 standards of approval for rezoning. These are items that are reviewed in the staff report. I'm not going to go through each of these items, but really this is what Planning Commission and in the future City Council will be considering if these meet either all the conditions or the majority of the conditions for approval. So and to highlight, it just ensures that this is a proper rezoning. It aligns with the master plan. Does it align with the master plan? Does it create any negative improvements to the surrounding environment? And is there enough utilities and public services around to accommodate this rezoning request? So I'm just going to highlight a couple staff findings from the report. The Pontiac Master Plan in 2014, definitely one of the goals is to ensure the residential redevelopment and new infill development complements and enhances the character of the existing neighborhoods and have a positive effect on property values. What is before us tonight is a rezoned R3. It's not necessarily what is being proposed by the applicant, but it does give either the current property owner or future property owner the ability, a legal right to rezone with the R3. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the city's master plan and will allow for redevelopment of a site which is currently vacant, as I mentioned earlier, does have not have many opportunities for reuse. The proposed zoning category provides a realistic option to the current R1 category, which would allow for demolition of a building and infill with new housing. This area is small enough, it's challenging to get a single-family residential neighborhood of this size and to get public improvements. And so from a staff perspective, getting multifamily is definitely a viable option here, but Planning Commission considered all 10 merits when they're reviewing. So based on the analysis of the applicant's request, staff recommendation is approval for the rezoning of case ZMA 23001 from R1 to R3 zoning district. And just a reminder that Planning Commission is making a recommendation this evening to City Council, who is the policy body, for modifications to the city's zoning code. So with that, that is my presentation this evening. The applicant is in the audience, but if you have any questions for me, please let me know. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Why don't we just bring CJ up to the microphone now and let him talk, and then as the commissioners, we can ask questions.
And just a reminder to hit the right button to turn the microphone on.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, my name is CJ Felton. I'm Director of Real Estate Development at Community Housing Network, and my Pontiac address is 333 Auburn. Our headquarters are in Troy.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back to visit with us again. You've done many projects with us, haven't you?
But it's been a while.
It has been a while.
I forgot where the button was.
Well, it's different, by the way.
I'm joined tonight by Shelley Brinkman, who is our Vice President of Real Estate, and Brad Mashad, who is the President of Venture, Inc., which is the housing subsidiary of OLSA, and he's also their CFO. And we are partnering with Venture on the proposed development. We've worked collaboratively for years on other things, and I think our missions match well, and we enjoy working with them. They're a good partner.
Great.
Just to clarify, because this question has come up, the Oakland County Treasurer actually, at the moment, owns this site. We are entering into an agreement to purchase the property with them, and in the packet that you have, there's an email from Joe Robinson with the Treasurer's Office indicating their support of the application. They actually signed the application as the owner.
Okay.
You've really got a lot of the information that we have available was provided with the application. There are a couple of things that have happened since we put that in on the 1st of February. One, Brad and I had a meeting with Councilwoman James in the first week of February, and she was very helpful at the time. We also held a neighborhood open house last night. We had intended to have it a week ago tonight, but we had this little ice storm, and we had to reschedule it for last night. And the other thing is we do have a very preliminary site plan, and I know we're not here to talk about that tonight. We hope to do that at a future meeting, but as you're thinking about this, the visual might be helpful to know what we're doing. So we've got a board. I'm not sure where we should put it, but I've also got handouts for all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Should be 7 of them there.
Your recent rendering, was that shared at the meeting last night?
It
At
was.
the open house? Okay, great, thanks.
Good, good.
Yeah, this is a very, very preliminary site plan. This is actually has 44 units on it,
Okay.
and it will be a 42-unit development. There's 5 buildings here, and 2 of the buildings are going to have a unit eliminated. Just don't know which ones yet.
Okay.
And if I may add for the record, staff has not reviewed the site plan at all. I mean, we welcome it, but this is while I may have seen it before, this is the first time actually receiving it.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
Just a
it's
general
purely
idea.
just to get an understanding of how the property might be redeveloped.
Okay. Is the intention, I'll just jump in here quickly, it looks like there are garages with these units?
There are not.
Okay,
No, there's open parking in the middle,
okay,
and right now I believe there are 80 parking spots. It'll be 78 parking spots for the 42 units,
okay.
which is proven from every other development that we've done that is far more than necessary, but it fits. A couple of other features that you might notice on there, there's a retention pond at the lower left. That will actually be underground. We don't like to put those things above ground. It's a potential liability and dangerous.
Okay.
Which that then turns into green space.
Okay,
And then at the northwest or northeast corner, there's an area designated as a pocket park at the corner of Carlisle and West Chicago. That was at the suggestion of Councilwoman James.
okay.
And
She
she's
likes
absolutely
park, of
right.
course.
There's no park space anywhere close other than Hawthorne Park. And to access that, you need to cross two busy roads. So it's not a good option on foot, maybe not even on bike. And we've made a commitment to the neighborhood that we want their collaboration on what to do with that.
Great.
So provided it's reasonable, we're not going to put a swimming pool in there. But if it's reasonable, it can probably be done.
Okay, great.
The analysis that Mr. Carlisle did, which no relation, I don't think, to the development here, we thought was very thorough, and we agree and support the recommendations that he made. And we're open for any other questions that you have.
I see a community center is noted. What are the thoughts of what would be inside? Anything yet?
That will be, it's a very typical space to what we have at our other communities. Be leasing office with meeting space.
Great. Approximately how much square footage there?
It's got to be at least 500 square feet. I think it will be a little bigger than that.
Okay. Okay. And then I had a question. The sizes of these townhomes, are they 2 stories?
They're all 2 stories except for, we have 2 accessible units.
Okay.
And I think you can see those on the ends of of 2 of the buildings there. Those will be 1 story.
Okay. So the 2 stories are generally going to range. It looks like they're a little bit different.
There's 8 1-bedrooms, and well, currently there's more it'll be 8 1-bedrooms and 34 2-bedrooms.
Okay. And square footages for the 1-bedrooms?
We're not
approximately?
quite that far yet, but in previous developments, the 2-bedrooms have been what, about 1,000 square feet, and 1-bedrooms is 750 foot range.
Okay. And 1 bath for all of these?
Yes.
Okay. Are they on basements? Or on
No,
slab?
no, they'll be on slab.
Okay.
Basements in rental properties are a really bad idea.
Okay. All right, Christopher, questions?
None at this time. I'm going to wait and reserve my questions after I hear the comments and the input from the audience.
Very good. Tim, now that you can speak again.
I forgot where the button is. I think I agree with Mr. Northcross. I'd like to hear audience, and I think right now we're just talking zoning.
Yes.
We're not looking at what you're doing. I guess I will ask a question, but it doesn't have to be answered yet. But is this more low income? Is it, what are you looking for?
The
in that?
financing will be the state housing tax credit program, which is called the low-income housing tax credit program, but it's a little bit of a misnomer because we will have people up to 80% of the Oakland County area median income be able to qualify. Just to give you an idea, that's $53,700 for a family of 4.
Understood. Okay.
So it's working. It's workforce housing.
Okay. I think, yeah, I'll hold the rest of my questions. I appreciate that answer, though. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. McGinnis, anything right now?
So it appears that the Frank Weaver School will bite the dust.
Unfortunately, it can't be saved. We've looked at this on and off over the last 10 years, and it was in rough shape 10 years ago. Adaptive reuse is actually more expensive than new construction, in general, and in the current construction environment with cost of materials, and there's a lot of abatement in there. It would far exceed any reasonable efforts to try and save it. The cost would.
And who will be incurring the cost of demolition?
We will.
And what is your target timeline for the Carlisle townhomes?
Everything went well, and I always qualify that because there are things that can come up along the way, but probably looking at leasing summer of 2025, so 2.5 years from now.
A question to staff. It might be helpful for us to have an assessment as a municipality, how many remaining vacant and blighted schools, structures we have in the city, because this isn't going to be an isolated zoning question. Obviously, how many acres? I'll pivot.
3.8 acres.
So this site is 3.8 acres, and right now those 3.8 acres are zoned R1 because that's the default zoning for schools. But sites of that acreage in various parts of the city, not only with this neighborhood, but that might not be a sustainable zoning classification of R1 unless we think there's enough acreage that could sustain single-family residential development.
And this is not the only vacant school in the city. And, I'm new to the city of Pontiac, and I'm learning firsthand. And, there's some interested parties for other schools, for developments. And I think it's a good thing because you don't want these dilapidated buildings. It really creates a hazard for the neighborhood. It creates a blight. And, I think the city is welcoming it, but I think the challenge is finding the right zoning districts, that would, and each site is different. This is a little bit of a smaller site than some of the other vacant ones that I've learned about in the city. So, but to answer your first question, Mr. McGinnis, is I can provide that information for you at the next meeting. We have that number, I just don't have that with me tonight.
Sure.
So,
Just as we're looking strategically with these
absolutely.
Problematic parcels.
Yep.
The city's recreation master plan from nearly 20 years ago, it does show a park in this vicinity, but it's showing the Weaver School playground. So obviously that's no longer online, it's no longer viable, whether it be a school or a church. My understanding is that it's not in a condition where it's a viable, safe, recreational, and of course open, probably not even permitted technically in terms of its current ownership with the Oakland County Treasurer. I have been by the site before, but I'm also really eager to hear the perspective of those live closest in proximity to see what the challenges and opportunities are for their neighborhood as it relates to this unique parcel and how we can move it forward together as a city. So those are my questions. I'm grateful to know. So we're talking 3.8 acres.
3.8.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Vernita.
Yes, I, for one, am glad that people are doing something with these schools. And if you're interested in Longfellow, it's across the street from my mom's house, so keep that in mind. But is this an extension of OSA by any chance, or is it just coincidence that you're here, Brad?
Well, as CJ stated, I'm the Chief Financial Officer for OLSA, but then I'm also President of Venture Inc., which is OLSA's housing subsidiary, so that's why I'm here. So, because CHN and Venture are co-developing this project.
Okay,
so.
great. Good to know.
Can we get clarification what else is for the record?
Oakland Livingston Human Service Agency.
Perfect, thank you.
By the way, how did the open house go when you met with the neighbors?
We had, a lot of them are here tonight.
Oh,
We
good.
had, I think, about 24 in total show up and had a lot of input for us.
Oh, good. Great. Well, I'm excited to hear from the neighbors. All right, so I am, go ahead.
If I may just make
Yes,
one more
please.
comment, I probably should have mentioned this earlier. I did have the opportunity to walk through the building about 2 months ago. So I had actually a tenant of mine asked me to look at it to see what it would take to do it. And you already know the answer to this, but I don't know if anyone else does. It's rough. I told them to run. Because the remediation, like you said, the mold in that place, I mean, I was coughing and sneezing just coming out the door. So, because I look at an old building like that, I hate tearing old buildings down. It's it's what I do. I renovate old buildings.
Yeah,
right?
we've
And
done
it's
well.
rough.
We've done one, in Oak Park, and believe it or not, we're actually working on one in Sault Ste. Marie now. And I hate seeing things go to the landfill that can be saved. But unfortunately, this old vacant school buildings don't age well. And this one it can't be saved.
Yeah, and so I guess I brought that up for that reason, is that I did walk it, and it is a disaster. So hopefully, if these are all the neighbors, hopefully they see something much nicer, and that's what we get to go at in the next conversation when you bring us great
Exactly.
drawings. But yeah, that building is unfortunately not salvageable from what I could see. So that's all, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is going to open up public hearing. We'll still keep it to the 3 minutes because we have a few people in the audience and we're coming on to a late night tonight. So please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and let us know your thoughts.
Good evening, Robert Bass again, 499 Highland, President of Citizen District Council, located in District 1. I would reserve any judgment on the property, but the question come into my mind as to what we as citizens want in our city. Do we want to have a whole lot of pocket apartments? Do we want to have residential housing? Do we want to have housing communities, new housing communities? We have old stock of housing. And one of my problems has been, as a leader, is asking when are we going to update our land use plan? When are we going to get down to the work of saying what we want in the future rather than rezoning certain properties and making them unreasonable when it's something else that we desire to be in that area? A lot of times we wanted larger homes. Now, where's the land for that? We have a lot of properties available, but who's going to develop those larger homes for people that don't live in the city of Pontiac, that want to come to the city of Pontiac? Where are those other smaller subdivisions that could be put there? But we don't have a plan as to what we want long term. We're dealing off a few years back to 2014. That was my last heard of, but the former mayor told me 2019 it was done. So I just don't know when that we're going to get to taking care of the business of upgrading our master plan to where it's feasible for everybody to have an input as to what we want in our district, rather than salt and pepper them with all apartments, all of different color units. We have other visions, and our vision is larger than just apartments all over the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Bass? Oh, you turned it off. You want it to go red. The little face on the right. There you are. You're live.
I thought I had it. Okay,
There
my
you
name
go.
is Diane Balsick. I live at 1606 Stanley Avenue. Yes, we did meet last night, but almost all the neighbors that I see here, none of us were notified. None of us got any flyers, except that somebody came and brought me one and a couple of the neighbors. So only the people that are in direct contact with the property were notified. So none of us here were notified. So we were notified through other neighbors. We have a nice little community there. I am opposed to it, to put that many people in that small of an area. You know, it's a nice little neighborhood where most of the people are, it's changing where more people own their homes and there's less rental homes. And it's a place for our kids to grow up. A lot of the people that are here have been there their whole lives. They have family members that live also in the neighborhood. But I just don't see, obviously, yes, the school is a problem and something needs to be done. But I don't think a big apartment, we already have apartments there on Seville, right off of Telegraph. We already have another housing unit at the back of the subdivision. I don't think plopping right in the center of our neighborhood a huge housing unit is something that is good for our neighborhood and my neighbors. And so, other than that, that's, I'd just like you to consider that maybe individual homes or something else on that property would be, better for the neighborhood as it stands. So, thank you.
Great, thank you for your input.
My name is Melanie Rutherford. I'm the Vice President of the Pontiac Housing Commission. I'm here to speak because every day, and also because of my job every day, I'm a community outreach and enrollment specialist at the Wellness Plan. Every week, I get about 72 requests for affordable housing. We right now have shelters that are overpopulated. We right now have places where people are sleeping in their cars. People are staying in domestic violence in situations because they have absolutely no place to go. And I'm a person who doesn't own a home, so I'm not speaking from an experience of owning a home. I have a dream to one day own one. I'm a person that has been homeless before, that has slept under the Phoenix Center before, and places like this could actually help me put the ground up. If I had not got into living in Lakeside Home, which has now been torn down, I would have never been able to take that Lakeside Home moment and end up getting a Section 8 voucher and end up having a house to stay in for me and my child. My daughter would not be a graduate of Howard. We would probably be living in destitute, and I wouldn't be able to serve my city well. I'm asking for this not because I understand neighborhoods don't want to change. I understand the fear of that, but have you ever been homeless? Have you ever ate out of the garbage can? Have you ever had to beg somebody to have to sleep on their couch because you have no place for your children to go? And so when we're talking about we don't want these buildings and we don't want these apartments, we have to understand that it affects us all because there's a housing shortage in the city of Pontiac. There's a Section 8 list, and I can speak for it, with almost 6,000 people who cannot find housing at this time. That is the reality that we live in, ladies and gentlemen. So at the end of the day, when we make these decisions, we need to make it from a perspective of how would you feel if someone told you that we want you to have a place to stay and we want you to be able to take care of your family, but we don't want you in a certain area? And that is the big question, because every day, I'm giving out referrals, telling people to go to Oak Park, knowing they won't ever get in a housing there because there's a list a mile long. And every day I'm sending people to the Haven knowing that they only have 90 beds and you only have a 30-day waiting period to go in it. And so I make the decision not as anything else but an individual who serves the least populated community who do not have housing. And I ask and I fully support this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Carlton Jones, 1323 Oakland Drive. I've got my workforce development hat on now. Okay. I would say that we do have to have a happy medium. I think the most important thing, the young lady who came up and said that, she didn't feel that she got properly included into the meeting, so she could have had input. Because I do think when we come to neighborhoods, that it's very important that we do get input from residents as far as them having to buy in. But when we do have projects such as the one that's being proposed, I'm hoping that we can start having some on-job training, especially from contractors who come over there and build, so that we can get residents who start in our community who can actually learn how to build and be tradespeople, and then they can acquire better, higher rates of living. So we've got to incorporate that component when we do construction. So when we bring in contractors, let's see about it. And I'll be glad to work with you to see how we can incorporate young people coming in, having an opportunity to participate in this and uplift the whole city with workforce development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
My name is Carol Dowd. I lived in the city of Pontiac since a baby. I went to Weaver School from kindergarten to 6th grade. Been in that neighborhood, the same place, my whole life. And I just think they need not to build that because it would be too much parking in the street. They would start, where are they going to park? And too much traffic. We'd rather have houses built there, or senior center for community activities maybe, or a park, something that fits in with the houses and not that because it's right in the middle of everybody's houses. I just feel it's not, I oppose to the Weaver School rezoning for multiple family dwellings. I just don't think that's the spot. I think it's too small, and it needs to go to a bigger place like you guys were saying. You have more properties that are bigger. and I think it's too small, and it would be not a good thing for our neighborhood. I'm not saying that like how the lady was up here. I'm not saying that because you're poor or whatever. I agree with her, but it needs to go somewhere where it fits in on bigger property. It don't fit there. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ed Dowd. I live at 370 West Newport, and that was Carol, my wife. I echo some of the same things that she said. Some of the questions I have is, if you put in these multiple family dwellings, can the current structure of the water and sewer handle that? Some of those houses were built back in the 30s, 20s, 30s, 40s. That septic system has been in there probably since then. Can that septic system handle that amount of housing? Because they're talking about putting, washer units, dishwashers, you have bathrooms, you've got a lot of stuff going into the sewer system. Traffic-wise, okay, it's close to Walton Boulevard. But then again, if you have, how are they going to handle, if you have a family in there and they want to have a family get-together, you could have 25, 30 people there. Where are they going to park? Is there enough parking within this development to handle that parking? If not, they're going to park on the street. I know there were problems before with the previous tenant with the church that was there, because they were parking where they wanted to, when they wanted to, and if they were told not to move, or if they were told to move, I know of instances where those people got really ticked about being told to move because they were blocking somebody else's property. But I don't think I think maybe with, on the north end of Pontiac, we had to go to Elm Haven to have a meeting. We need to have some kind of a center for seniors in that end of town. There's nothing on the north end of town for seniors to have a meeting at, unless we go to American Home or we go to Elm Haven. We don't have any place in particular to go to. Outside, if you have to come over, there's some people that aren't going to want to travel across town to go to a senior center. But it would be nice to have something like that, to have community activities in. Maybe to have a situation like what she spoke to help people, because I know there's probably houses in that area that are vacant that need to be somebody to have a house. Maybe give them, like he said, to train people how to step in and renovate a house, with his company. Come in and say, okay, hey, I'm going to help you out. You come in, renovate this house, we'll help you move in. But that's basically what my opinion is. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Carol again.
Yes, Carol.
I just wanted to say, when we went to, it wasn't really a meeting, it was a get-together to give our viewpoints at Elm Haven. And there was a lady by the Coney, well, the Coney burnt down, but the house that was there, I always said how nice that house was and how much work that guy put into that house. And the lady that was there and the gentleman, she couldn't sleep at night fearing that's going to be built, and she don't want that. She's not here tonight. And she couldn't sleep at night for fear it will be built, and they don't want to move because they've just redone their house and made it so nice. And that's why I wanted to speak up for them people, too.
Thank you for sharing that information. Is there anyone else?
My name is Tony Lunsford. I live at 132 West York. Tony Lunsford. I'm not a Pontiac resident till '93. I moved up here in '93. I bought a house that was pretty bad condition. I put my sweat and tears in that house. I moved from Johnson City, Tennessee, where a similar story was told. And to the lady that asked if anybody has ever been homeless, yes, I have. I lived under a bridge for 16 months. So yes, I know what it feels like to be homeless. I bought that house in '93. I put my sweat, I put everything I could in that house to bring it up to code. I have seen the house I had in Johnson City, Tennessee, a similar thing came in. 5 years later, the house wasn't worth killing. The neighborhood got so bad with violence and drugs that they ended up tearing down the whole neighborhood. I do not want that project put in. I'd rather see a park, dog park, even some kind of training center. That would be fine. But I don't want to see a housing plot in that kind of order. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
I'm back again. I just want to clarify some things. So I don't know if anybody's familiar with Pinewood or Woodcrest or those properties where they no longer are marketing to low-income people. They're marketed to market rate. So the average household here, a two-bedroom regular market rate is almost $1,200 in certain parts of this city. Why am I mentioning that? If we don't allow the least of these to have an opportunity to have stable housing, what are we saying in our community? And I understand, sir, that you were homeless, and I applaud you for your courage or whatever, but I'm speaking of the young women who stay in domestic violence situations because they have no place to go. And if you allow them to have affordable housing, and I speak from experience, it will change their lives. My life changed because I was allowed to have affordable housing. My mother's life changed because she was allowed to have affordable housing. I have nieces and nephews who are in transition trying to get themselves together, and they stay in affordable housing. This is an opportunity. I get the fears. I don't want drugs, but there's drugs everywhere in the city of Pontiac. There's drugs on the north side. You may not know it. It might be a meth, but it's still drugs. Crack is real. It's still over there too. So at the end of the day, what are we saying? Are we saying that we don't want people to have a leg up or opportunity? All I care about is not having to put another woman or a man or a dog and allow them to sleep in their cars at night. And as a community outreach and enrollment specialist, I just believe this is an opportunity for people to have affordable housing in an area that is safe, in an area where the community takes care of their own, and an area that is going to be held to higher standards. That's why I think it's a good thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie.
I'm getting up again because I'm going to repeat it. The place is the land is first of all, too small. It's going to be a problem with traffic, parking. It's going to be, I know. And that is going to be a big problem, and we don't want it. It needs to go to, like he said, they got other properties that have more land for them to build. And that's where it should go. Not in and it should be houses there, that fit in with the other houses. Not a big thing that's, right in the center of everybody. It just won't work.
Okay, we heard you the first time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I'm
for
just letting you know. All right, thank you.
Addressing your point. Thank you.
My name is James Russell. I live at 264 West Walton Boulevard. I'm against this because of the amount of apartments they're going to put in. It is too small an area. It will tax the infrastructure, electric, sewer, gas, whatever. That's going to be tough. And also the traffic flow. Now, a while ago, someone mentioned people in the neighborhood were not notified. That is a fact. I've talked to people throughout the rest of the neighborhood that know nothing about it. They were not notified by the city for this meeting here or the Elmhurst, the one last night. And, and I've lived there quite a while. In fact, my grandparents lived there in the 40s. I have their old house. I bought it. So, yeah, I've been there for off and on for quite some time. I've owned it since '82. That's irrelevant, I know. But the neighborhood has been stable and easygoing and not overwhelmed. And people have to make a choice. If they choose to be homeless, that's, you know, hey, there's jobs out there. If you want to work, you can work. I've worked since I was 12 in one way or another. I mean, just part-time jobs when I was a kid. When I was 15, I was working a regular job. But nonetheless, yeah, that neighborhood is very good, but if you put that many people on 3 acres, the congestion is going to be overwhelming for the neighborhood. It will drive property values down. And you can't limit the type of people that you rent to. It's against the law. So you're going to wind up with low income, subsidized, and it will go downhill. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your input. Is there anyone else that hasn't spoken yet?
My name is Lucy Tucker, and I've lived in that house for 23 years.
What's your address?
252 West Chicago.
Thank you.
It's right across the field from it.
Okay.
And it's going to be too much to have that. If it was a single-family homes, it would be great. Or if you could just make like a recreational area and a park in there for the people in that area, that'd be even better. But when you put something like that with all the people in there, with the rest of our neighborhood, it's not going to work out. And you got the exit coming out towards where my house is at, that's going to be too much. And our neighborhood is quiet and peaceful. We don't have a whole bunch of craziness going on. And we all know each other and we're all quiet. There's nothing going on over there. And if you put this there and you got all these other families living there, it's going to be too much. So that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you for that. We appreciate that. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken?
My name is Gail Spalding. I live at 282 West Brooklyn Avenue. I just bought my house about 1.5 years ago, my very first home ever. I grew up in the system that needed help with housing. Section 8's different situations. I appreciated it, but I also appreciate being where I am now and owning my own home. I think these programs are great, and nobody deserves to be homeless. Nobody should not be able to afford their rent and have this strife and domestic violence, all these different situations that bring people to that, needing help. But I think without programs in place to help these people to stand on their own feet, is a mistake. I think they need to go hand in hand. Because if you just take these people that have these issues and you dump them into a spot and you leave them, where's the success rate in this? They need to have the programs, an incentive to go to the program. Some people are too shy or whatever their reason, to seek help. There needs to be somebody that can help them, whether it's an incentive or whatever, but I do think that programs need to go hand in hand with these housing to help them further and to help them to get out of their situations and become more productive and invested in their lives and where they live, in their community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I don't really have.
Your name and address,
Oh,
please.
yeah.
So my name is Edward Kelth. I live at 37 Stout Street, totally away from this. But I'm curious, your intended use is targeting a lower income group, is that correct?
Direct your questions to us. And then we can
Is
answer
the
them for you.
intended use targeting a lower income group?
It appears they are going to be doing something with financial assistance from the state, yes.
How many of these people living in this proposed area are going to have cars? And how far of a walk is it to the nearest grocery store? Doesn't look like a real good, I mean, I'm looking, I don't see, I mean, I know Pontiac has very few grocery stores in the first place. I don't see that. I don't know. I think the developers might consider going back through the community and taking some names and having more of a heart-to-heart conversation about what everyone wants out of this. Because it doesn't sound like two ends are actually communicating at all. So that's it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Could I add a little bit?
Just a
Please?
quick one, sure.
I'm a little nervous speaking in front of all these people.
It's okay. Your name and address again for the record.
But what something was brought up.
Hang on.
Oh,
Your name and address again, please.
name, James C. Russell, address 264 West Walton.
Thank
I live on the end of the block, Walton, Stanley corner. The point is, people that live there have invested their lives, their money, into their homes. I mean, I put my windows, siding, roof, helped with install the furnace the first time, et cetera, you know, things like that. And in fact, I plan on doing cement work this summer with help. I can't do much of all of it myself anymore, not at 3/4 of a century old, no. But I've been saving my money. In fact, Tony helped me for 2 years to fix the skid steer I've got so I can pick the old cement up and do the forms and blah, blah, blah. You know, so I'll slowly put that in to increase the value of my home. I've increased the size of the garage by double. That was my gift to me when I retired. So I could go out there and work on cars and whatever. The point is, you put a lot of money, time, sweat, and effort into your home. It takes a lot to keep it up. Unless you've got a lot of money and can pay someone to do it, you do the work yourself, or you learn to do it. In some cases, not real well, you have to redo it, or you have to have somebody teach you how. You know, that's what the internet's for. But the point is, you invest a lot into your home, and the values will go down if the neighborhood goes down. And I don't like to look down on people that are not housed and living well. Yeah, I know what that's like. I've done a little bit of it myself, but mostly I've worked my whole life, paid my own way, you know? That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that has not spoken yet? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. And what I'd like to do, Chris, CJ, can you come back up to the podium for a moment? There's a few questions that some of the neighbors had, and I think you can answer them better directly than us taking a guess. For the potential use of that site, is there anything else that you could see going there other than what you've proposed based on some of the suggestions the neighbors have made?
Couple of the suggestions, actually frequent suggestions. One is single-family housing, built for home ownership.
Right.
And unfortunately, there's an economic reality right now with it's got to do both with the current housing market in a lot of Pontiac. I think you're in the real estate business.
Yes,
so
I
you-
am. I
you
know.
do
That's why I
know-
wanted you to
you
come and speak to this.
do know some of the challenges, but the other thing is construction costs are absolutely exorbitant right now. City's got a 1,200 square foot minimum requirement for new construction, single-family home. that would cost upwards of $300,000 to build. And CHN does this, Venture does this, and we would love to do that in this neighborhood, but I don't know how to do it. And I don't think anybody else does either. The other thing that people have mentioned is a park, and we've noted that there's not a park nearby, but there's two things that have to happen to do that. One, the building has to come down, and cost estimate on demolition is $800,000 to $1 million. And then the city has to keep the park up, or a neighborhood association has to raise funds to cut the grass, clean the leaves up, keep the sidewalks plowed, et cetera. And I'm pretty sure that the city doesn't have an appetite for that. And I don't know that the neighborhood has the wherewithal to do it either. So those have been the two things that have been said by a lot of people.
Okay. Pivoting a little bit, contractor education. Have you had an experience with that in any of your other projects where you've brought people in to teach them as you build?
We have. The Oakland Tech Schools has got their construction program. And on a couple phases of our Unity Park Rentals development, those students came and actually, they basically built a house on each of those developments with oversight. So instead of classroom, they got actual on-the-job, real-life experience. Venture does a really neat thing. They work with the tech school as well, and each year for what, Brad, the last four years now, the students have built a house on campus that's then been transported to a nearby neighborhood, put down and sold to a low to moderate income home buyer.
Great.
So there's ability to do that. The other thing that we'll have Section 3 requirements on this, which will require local labor. So to answer Mr. Jones, I guess, is Mr. Jones still here? He left, okay. To answer his question, yes, there'll be work opportunities as well.
Great. Another item that came up is a parking question. For what you anticipate, and I know things are not finalized, but parking accommodations for the residents, do you anticipate that there will be a sufficient amount, or what are you anticipating?
Based on everywhere else that we've developed, our experience is parking utilization is a little more than 50% of the requirement, about a little more than 1 per unit.
Okay.
So everybody has a car, but if, for instance, a 2-bedroom home, if you have 2 adults and a teenager, there might be 3 cars, but more likely there's not.
Okay.
And the city requires, city parking ordinance for multifamily development is a parking spot per bedroom. So there's 78 parking spots in that diagram right there.
Okay.
For 42 units. I can tell you, it will never come close to being utilized.
Okay. Based on
So
prior.
based on a lot of prior experience, and there's other communities that would tell you the same. The question came up last night, and it came up again here tonight about what if people have people over. You would have to have a very, very large party to exhaust the parking.
All right, very good. Thank you for that
You're
additional
welcome.
information. Before you leave the podium, do any of my fellow commissioners have any questions for CJ? Go ahead.
I see a lot of people here opposing. How many people did you talk to are supportive? And why aren't they here? I wonder.
We have talked, there was an individual that came last night who did not want to identify himself because he did not want to be known to his neighbors, but he spoke with us. I believe Ms. Spalding supports the idea, maybe just not, she'd like it to be a little more robust, if I heard you correctly.
You can't have a conversation in the audience. They can't record.
Just,
but
yeah, based on your knowledge. CJ.
Yeah, and so, but the experience, and actually I did talk, I had 4, I put my name and phone number on the my email address and phone number on the invitations that we delivered. And I had calls. I talked to Mr. Russell. And I would say one of the calls was very, very much opposed. And I think everybody else was reasonable and we could have a conversation with. They might not be full in favor of it, but this is actually very typical in the work that we do. And it doesn't matter what city that we're in. It's something different. We've had people tell us they would actually prefer to see that dilapidated, blighted school stand than anything being done with it.
And I'm familiar with that scenario as well. Of the cities that you've put this type of development into neighborhoods, how many of the people afterward said, "Oh, we're so glad you did that. It really made a difference"?
We have a
Do
really
you-
good example in Oak Park. We renovated a school there and then built additional that was a large site. Put additional 40 townhomes on that site, but similar kind of site. It was completely surrounded by a neighborhood. The people there, the opposition that the New York school the Weaver School neighborhood has is nothing compared to what happened in Oak Park. And they actually have told me in the years that have followed that, you know what, this worked out. I did not have to be so concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have questions for CJ? Go ahead.
Yes, you know, I've been a landlord. One of my adventures. In fact, a group of us actually got into redeveloping homes in the Detroit area back in the 80s. And taking houses apart and putting them back together and then renting them out. And one of the things we found is with the rental property, one needs to keep some type of relationship with the rentee. Especially, we got into some brick duplexes, you know, where you have two houses side by side. And if one person goes crazy, it can wipe out that whole duplex.
Sure can.
What types of rules and what types of support and things does your rental agency? And by the way, is Unity Housing the actual rentor? Is that the renting agent?
We have a professional property management company that does our leasing. It's KMG Prestige is the company. They manage thousands of properties in Michigan. So they actually do the property management, but we are very involved. Unlike a lot of developers that will come in, they'll put the thing up, they make their money, they leave, and the property management company is left to run the property every day. We're right here. We have a community engagement coordinator that works with all of our communities to connect people to the things that they may need and with the broader community, because we don't want to have the people that we end up housing, we don't want to have them feel like they're on an island. And it works.
Well, I'm thinking, could you tell us about, and I hope I'm not getting too far offline, but some of the things like the core values of your leasing agency. What are their core values? I mean, what are the things that they're about? Certainly providing a good home. I mean, that would be the product that they want to provide to the people they're renting to. But then they also have the additional requirements of protecting their investment, of also working with the neighbors around them. What are some of the core values that are going on here? I'm hearing a concern that people who are in distress, rather than getting a chance to recharge, will stay in distress and spread that distress. And unless there's some mechanisms in place, that may happen. You know, you talked robustness.
Sure.
Yeah, we may have to look at how robust are some of the situations. I know we have some housing facilities in the city where there are some folks who are charged with doing just that to make sure that the residents are talking to each other, that some of the issues that are happening, they provide direction and they provide some support. They're not 100% perfect, but they build a community within that operation as well as link the residents up with the services that are around them. Are we talking about an operation like that, or are we talking about one where, you know, you build and run, take the money and then run?
We don't build and run. Shelley actually manages our property management area also, and she can speak to that really well.
Hi, I'm Shelley Brinkman from Community Housing Network. So the way we have it structured is all of our developments have case managers, and they're on site and they're available to the tenants to set goals, to connect them with services. We have done things like bring a dental bus and mobile buses, libraries to the facilities for those who don't have transportations. We connect them. We have a memorandum of understanding and all the applications so that we can connect with Honor Health in Pontiac. They actually came out recently with doctors, and people could make appointments. But then we also connect them to the transportation around the city, and the community engagement person and the social work case manager work together to help the people who are living there and work with the leasing management who's on site. So we do have a robust program, and our goal is to have people move in and stay and to be happy. Move if that's their goal, is to have home ownership or, you know, be in a single family home. Or some people are good with renting, but maybe they want to get back to work or get some education. So we help the whole picture. That's the goal.
Are you equipped to keep the distress down from spreading that people may have?
I think maybe part
help
of what
them
you're
to
asking.
put that down and not go into the rest of the neighborhood?
So I think part of what you're asking is there's background checks, criminal checks, there's the upfront stuff. You do have to qualify and pass the background checks to move in. It is not a free-for-all. And then, yes, if you violate your lease, if you don't, all landlords have to afford quiet enjoyment to their tenants. And if you're not doing that, if you're the cause of disruption, you're going to have lease violations, and then you're going to have police called on you by the leasing agent, by neighbors. It's that there's no difference in the way we run a program than you as the landlord when you had it, right? You don't want to, you can't keep the people in there that are causing destruction or, you know, violence or drugs or anything like that, because you're risking the community at large. So yes, we're equipped, and that is part of our mission.
Yeah, I asked that, and yeah, having been a landlord, I found that that people that are going to do right, they generally tend to work with you, and they go up. And people that aren't going to do right, it's up to the landlord to have to put them out.
Yep.
But when one gets to that point where they understand how to run the business, work with the people that are going to work with you, and the ones that don't, move them over,
Yeah.
you start to have a very valuable asset.
Yeah.
And I think it's something that can go and add to the community around them. There is that question of density, too. That's one that's been on my mind. What do we have? We have about 25 square miles of area in Pontiac. About 5 by 5 is roughly what we are. And then we look at a place like Washington, D.C., which is about 7 miles by 7 miles. So that's about 49 square miles. They have about, 700,000, almost 800,000 people. So, you know, it's not just how many people are put together, it's how the people are put together and what happens. There may be an opportunity now with a certain density of folks to start to have services that weren't available there before. Someone mentioned no supermarkets, and someone else mentioned the lack of transportation. There's been some things that have happened in the Oakland County where we see the Oakland County transportation millage passing. How that's going to plan out, I don't know. But when you start to get to a certain density, that's a place where a bus can run. That's a place where something else can run there. I don't know. This may, you know, density can bring problems, and densities can also bring opportunities. I guess how we manage it is going to be up to all of us. And also working with our ordinances. And the city has recently improved the code enforcement of the city and folks that can start to deal with rental properties. Yeah, you raised some good questions. I've lived in this city all my life, just about. In a few years, I was out working some corporate jobs elsewhere. But I've lived in this city all my life. Was born here, raised here, went to Pontiac Central, you know, went on to Oakland University and come back. Actually bought, I think it was Mr. Russell, I bought a home off my father, the house off my father, and was only going to stay for a couple of years, and that was about 40-something years ago. Yeah, I'm still here. And yeah, I keep an eye to the community. I've had to get out and talk to my neighbors and work with my neighbors. In fact, one street over, I have a very active neighbor who's picked up the mantle and he's tying us all together. So there's that opportunity. We're looking forward to people moving into houses next to us, but they're all single houses, you know? I can, yeah, there's some big opportunities here and there's some big risks. And
Which is called life.
yeah. And the community, I would say, look at the Unity housing facilities in Pontiac. You know, one of the best ways of judging what's going to happen is looking at what has happened and what's happening today. That's one of these. It's not a sure thing. It's not a sure thing. I mean, you know, tomorrow no one knows, but one can get a good indication of what's going on if one looks at the Unity operation in Pontiac. What they've built, a lot of them have been single-family homes, and who they are. So, yeah. I just wanted to ask those questions and get those items out on the table.
Thank you for that additional background.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Go ahead, Michael.
So if the zoning goes from R1 to R3, no matter what the development is, there are potential challenges to the infrastructure capacity. What will be happening for this or any other development? You can offer your perspective from this proposal, but then I'll have some questions for staff about what's required from, you know, building capacity that happens at the
that's a
city.
really good question, and I think Mark will give you the same answer that I would, that site plan is going to go under city review. Engineer is going to have to take a look at that. And we will be, well, I'm quite sure, we haven't worked together yet, but I'm quite sure that his department is going to require, they are not going to allow us to do anything that's going to put undue stress on the existing system. So, is that a fair
Would you like to
assessment?
elaborate, Manager Yandrick, in terms of so that the community is aware, with a development of this nature, the steps that happen? So this is really, one step is, can the land even be used for this purpose? Can it be
Absolutely.
anything beyond single-family homes or a school? Which, you know, in the last 2 decades, a development has not come along proposing a new school. The school district is not proposing. They divested themselves of this property many decades ago. So it's a question I do have is, so a church constitutes as an R1 use? A place of worship?
A church in our current zoning code is not permitted in an R1. Now, there are a lot of legally grandfathered things, and we work as a city with RLUIPA, which is the religious, essentially that religious institutions are treated fairly with similar land uses, and that is a Supreme Court case. But R1 uses are not permitted in this district at the current time with the zoning code.
So if the zoning is recommended tonight, so tonight what happens is it recommends the city council will have 2 readings, and that's what determines will the land zoning be changed. What's proposed tonight, it is not a conditional rezoning, correct?
That is correct.
It's a straight up rezoning.
That is correct.
Meaning that it's saying for this or any other use in the future, R3, meaning multiple, multifamily housing, not single-family housing. So that's what's the recommendation possibility tonight.
Absolutely.
But so for any multifamily housing, what's going to happen? What are the steps? Because there'll be a site plan process. You're going to require a traffic study. You're going to require parking standards. You're going to require landscaping, and there will be a public opportunity also for the community to weigh in on that. Correct?
So here's the process, and I want to just speak about public improvements and water, sanitary, storm. Really, this is not a large enough rezoning in terms of intensity or size that we, at a staff level, in talking with our engineer, feel that there's a significant burden on the impact of that neighborhood. Now, when it gets to a site plan process, that's when the applicant is going to be required to work with the county in a review process to ensure that there's adequate facilities there. Again, this only being 38 units compared to a lot of what I've worked on in my professional past, typically water systems and utility systems are able to handle, but that will be reviewed at that time. And tonight is solely a rezoning. What would happen is if the rezoning was approved, the applicant, whether it's the applicant this evening or a future property owner or someone vested by the property owner, can apply for a site plan. And that is something that goes and is reviewed by Planning Commission. And you essentially look at the standards. It would be parking, it would be landscaping. We would see if a traffic study was warranted for something like this. I wouldn't be able to say this evening, but I think we would review what our standards are, and the applicant would be required to do what they needed to do. The site plan is part of this public meeting. It's not a public hearing, though, unless a variance was being sought out by the applicant. Say if he wanted a parking variance to not have the parking spaces, that's when neighbors would be notified. And I did want to clarify something from the public comment that we followed the process that in the Oakland Press on February 14th, there was a public hearing notice for this hearing, and that every property owner within 300 feet, and specifically property owner, because that's what comes from the City of Pontiac ordinance, was notified via mail. Now, the meeting last night was not a public meeting. The city was not invited. The applicant can have a private meeting and invite who they want to invite. But this meeting followed our proper procedure for that.
And a follow-up question: the 300 feet distance, is that set in city ordinance or is that state law?
Both.
Okay, so
Yep.
is that the ceiling or is that the floor from the state of Michigan? They're saying you must at least do 300 feet out.
That is the minimum, and that is our zoning code requirement. And it is important that if the city wants to amend that in the future, we can, but it's important to be consistent between public hearings, and so we're not picking and choosing what the distance is.
I raise that because I think there might be merit for the city leadership considering expanding that for the future.
Yep.
I know that it doesn't impact tonight, but especially because neighborhoods have varied layouts.
Yep.
And so even if something is 500 feet away or so, it's still very much cohesive and impacted in a neighborhood, so they can at least know and have the opportunity know what's going on and weigh in. And that's what's important about tonight's public hearing, the opportunity to weigh in.
And if I may add one more thing, Mr. Bass mentioned earlier about the master plan, and right now we're going off the 2014 master plan. It is my mission we're getting some things in order at City Hall. We really want to start having community conversations about a master plan and some different conversations that I think have been had before. But that does not prevent the current applicant tonight from requesting this rezoning and going through that process. Because the master plan is talking about overarching things. That doesn't change our zoning code inherently, but it gets a plan together. But we're still operating at the City of Pontiac, and we're still, the applicants have the opportunity to ask Planning Commission and City Council.
And I think that covers the questions that I have. I wanted to know about the impact in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the utilities, and whether traffic flow will be studied. Thank you.
Great. And one quick note, one of the residents mentioned a septic system. I don't anticipate there's a septic system for a public school. You wouldn't be able to comment on that, could you?
At this time, we would review that at that point, working with both our city engineer and potentially the county, just for environmental impacts if that were the case. So, and I also want to say one more thing. I appreciate the questions and input you've received from the public. I just want to remind Planning Commission, and I think Mr. Northcross was heading in the right direction. You get the plea from the applicant of what their desire is, but really, you're looking at the staff report at the standards of 6.804 and really assessing if this is a good use. It's not necessarily who the user is, but really does this rezoning make sense for the future of the city of Pontiac?
Were you going to say something?
Are we gonna have comments, or should we do that now?
You can do
Yeah,
comments
I'm
unless you have
just gonna
something
make
for
a comment.
CJ.
I think it has, it's not a question to
Okay.
CJ. It's more of I think it's more of a comment to the audience. And you've said it. Go ahead.
No, use the microphone.
Use the microphone, or I'll yell. I'm not used to talking.
Lean in.
So we're not approving this project tonight.
Yeah.
If we, all of us, come up with a decision that devalues your property values, we've all made a mistake. Okay, so that is not our intention. It is never our intention. Our intention is to bring something good. If they bring us plans that aren't good enough, note, we're not going to approve it, right? We want something to better your neighborhood. We're not here as the bad guys that are going to ruin your neighborhood, because if we do, we're all going to have shame when we drive through there. We want it to look great. We appreciate developers coming in. We don't get to decide if we put a park there or all the stuff that we'd all love to have in our neighborhood, unless somebody wants to buy the property. But what we do say is we hold their feet to the fire. I'm a developer also, but you can't develop a property that ruins a neighborhood. And Mike brought up great points. Engineering will be done. They can't do this without having all of the engineering done, the water system, the sewer, electric. It has to be done right.
Does every site plan get signed off on by the Waterford Regional Fire Department?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And, even a single-family residential home gets signed off by the Waterford Township Regional Fire Department.
And that's all I have to say, but just come back to the meetings when they're bringing us their actual project, and that's when we get a chance to tweak materials and look at things in a different way, so you have something nice to look at out your windows. So.
And I certainly appreciate that, Tim. I think people just want to be assured that things are going to make a difference and make them comfortable. And we've had people come to us and we've said, no, change the color on your roof, So we're very detailed in how aesthetically things should look. And we want people to have pride in where they live. And so I just appreciate you saying that, because it reassured me. I'm not even living there. But I do appreciate it. Thank you.
We all have the same goals, I think. So.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I want to also comment on what is on the property now, the school that's there. You've looked at it. When I was involved at the time when the city was trying to identify a community center, I went through that school, and it was in much better condition than it is now. And it was heartbreaking that we couldn't do something to repurpose it for the city. There was money in the budget to try and do it, but we couldn't do it with that site because it was needing a lot of work back then. So I live in a neighborhood that has a school that has been closed for a very long time. There were proposals about what would potentially go there. The neighbors were concerned. It was great to have input. Unfortunately, that developer could not get their financing, so the school still sits there empty and vacant. But it's a challenge for a developer to try and put something on a property where they are trying to provide housing in this case. And there's a lot of risk that these people take. We see the end result. We walk up and the house is already there when it was already built from a long time ago, but someone had to really take a chance and put their money on the line in order for you to buy your grandparents' house. It didn't just fall from the sky. So I appreciate when people are willing to do this for our city, because as a resident and as a realtor, I know the stigma that Pontiac has, and it can be very challenging to get people to look in our community. We have beautiful houses. We got great neighbors. We're right in the middle of everything. There's, the list is longer than my arm about why people should live here. And if CJ and his company is willing to build something new here, because everyone loves new, because it's nice and fresh and shiny bright, he is to be commended, because it's really hard to find developers that will do that. So I appreciate the opportunity that we have to consider this, whether it's this project or something else that ends up being in front of us. but to rezone it for some use rather than a school sitting there really helps everybody in the long run. You'll probably find out you're glad that something happens on that site for something you don't even expect as to why you're happy that it changed. So thank you for bringing this opportunity
thank you.
to us. You're welcome, and I'm ready for,
One more thing.
go right ahead.
This thing of our city, it's like, I think I used the analogy before, it's like driving a car. You know, you get a car going and it's down a straight road. Straight road. Take your hands off the wheel. The car will drift to the right or drift to the left. But if you continue to put input, the car will go where one wants to. So this is step one. But look for other areas and make sure we continue to have your input to make sure that car is going in the right direction as you want it. You know, without your input, I can't guarantee anything. But I think this is a good project. But you know, stay in here with us. Stay engaged. That is the main thing to get
We
it
want you here.
to
We
get
wanna
it to
hear from
work
you.
out. Just like you've been engaged with your other neighbors, you've been engaged with your house. Stay engaged with the people around you
And with us.
and with us.
All right, and I'm ready for a motion. Who would like to make it?
Okay.
Make a motion.
Okay. Motion to recommend approval of case ZMA 23-001 for zoning map amendment for 204 West New York from one family dwelling R1 to multiple family dwelling R3.
I support.
Excellent. Roll call, please.
Shepherd.
Yes to approve.
Parlov.
Yes to approve.
Northcross.
Yes to approve.
Duval.
Yes to approve.
McGinnis.
Yes to approve.
Okay. The motion passes 5-0.
And if I may, this is a motion to recommend approval, with the next stop being
City Council.
City Council.
If I may, the
Yes, please.
rezoning passed from us. We're only a recommending body. Nope.
No.
Nope.
No, we can't make that
They
decision.
can't do that until they become.
We don't do that
A
here.
lot of work has to be done before that could ever happen.
Great. So if you have any more,
Follow the program.
if you would like to have more input, it will be in front of City Council soon. So follow the website, and then you will know what.
The tentative timeline, and sir, you're trying to make sure that we're all. Okay, so as an FYI, the Pontiac City Council meets every Tuesday, unless there's a holiday or, you know, something wild happens with Mother Nature. Must come before the City Council twice before we can act on it. The tentative goal is for that first reading to be next Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
Actually, March 15th to make the packet.
Okay.
So, yep. Or March 14th, excuse me.
Okay,
Yep.
so what the staff is saying is that the first time it'll be at the city council is on Tuesday, March 14th, 6 PM, here in this same room. That's right, and that it would then be on the next week's agenda, March 21st, for the second time. Same time? Yes, 6 PM. And that's only for the rezoning. It's
Just
so
for this.
local government, the gears turn slowly. This is about saying, can the land even be used for anything other than R1? This body has recommended, hey, city council, look at this, and we're recommending, but they can ultimately change their mind, but it's been recommended to them that it be zoned to R3, which is multiple family. So that March 14th and March 24th are right now what we anticipate those two city council meetings. And there's an opportunity for agenda address or public comment where you're going to want to sign in before the 6 o'clock meeting starts. There'll be clipboards at the podium. You could sign in. And since it's on an item on the agenda, you could sign on for agenda address and speak earlier in the meeting. Even if you can't be there, you can communicate by writing, email or hard copy. You can communicate for your neighbors. If somebody can't make it or, you know, that their travel or health challenges, they can share their perspective to city council members and the mayor.
My question, will they be notifying the rest of the people that live in the Merrimont subdivision, which is the whole subdivision? In this housing development, I mean, people can walk 2 or 3 streets.
subdivision, I think, should be notified. 300 feet, is that? Few people were notified.
And I went door to door with papers, the letters, so they did, and nobody knew about it. That's not right. And I talked to,
And if I could just,
just a minute, I talked to the,
Wait, whoa, order, time. Stop
Okay.
talking, stop talking. Carol, stop. Everybody, stop. Please, stop.
and Chair, if I may,
Yes,
anyone
please.
from the public who has a question about a public meeting, my name's Mark Andrick, I'm the planning manager. Give me a call. I will let you know if for city council or any future meetings, I'd be happy to inform you when it gets on the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you.
we're up for our next item, our last one tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, CJ.
Thank you.
Now we're going to hear about 370 Orchard Lake Road, a special exception permit.
Need a break?
Okay,
I move for a 3-minute recess.
yes, let's recess.
And for the record, the agenda almost was twice as long tonight.
I know, it's scary. And bless their hearts, they've been with us a long time. I appreciate that too.
And then we have the old residual things from like redlining.
Yes,
A
yes.
lot of folks can live through that they still don't understand what it's like without.
Exactly.
Well, I was here. Were you here when the busing first started?
I was here, I was a kid. I was going from 3rd grade at Webster School, and I was gonna have to go to Bethune. It was rough. It was a really terrible, terrible time.
I was working for the city manager.
You were, who was the manager?
Frank Smiley.
Oh.
And I was going through school.
Uh-huh.
And Joe Neepling, I'd worked for Joe Neepling on his engineering survey crews and stuff.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Jack Caddy, who just retired, we used to sit in the survey. But I was working with Joe Neepling, and that day when the first days that the buses actually rolled,
Yeah.
most of the police department called in sick.
You're kidding.
Yeah. So we were sitting there, and a good friend of mine was Albert Hackett and Bill Waterman.
Uh-huh.
And Albert said, "Hey, what are you guys going to do with this?" So we came up with a plan where we took
Sir,
some of these.
someone tells me this isn't your first rodeo.
Put volunteers in the car.
I got you.
What year did Weaver School close?
Because we don't know what's happening out there.
Yeah.
If anything happens, call in,
Okay.
and if necessary, we'll bring in, we'll declare martial law. Well, the state police had arrived right now,
Oh, okay.
and they
Late
kind of
90s.
simmered things out. There were 1 or 2 incidents and stuff.
Because there was a period of time it was a middle school, right?
Everybody was scared to death.
Right.
Parents were scared to death, and then you had some of the young guys that wanted to come up, white and black, they were all packing, and, this was getting bad.
There should be public information.
I remember up at Lincoln, myself, and I don't know if you remember used to be the director of the.
Is Dowd UD or WD?
Eric Walker.
I remember the name.
Yeah. We graduated. Eric and I were in the car.
You're passionate about where you live. We understand that.
Just as the
Yeah.
bus of kindergarten, bus full of kindergarten pull in to Whitman. And
We got it.
teenagers come running at it, and they're starting to throw rocks. So Eric was driving, he guns the car, jumps the curb, car goes up in the air and comes sliding sideways on the grass between the kids and the.
Oh, my God.
Eric had been a tackler for Pontiac Center.
Oh, uh-huh. I'm a tourist?
Yes, no, tourist.
Oh, I am a tourist. I'm on the cusp. April 20th. Oh! Hey, yay! That's because we're strong like bulls. right, we're bringing our meeting back to order. Thanks, that's good. All right, we're back in session. We are back in session, everybody. Our next item on our agenda is the special exception request for 370 Orchard Lake Road. It's SEP 23002. This is also going to be a public hearing. So would you like to present?
I would love to present. I think
Thank
my clicker is a little tired at the moment.
We know how it's feeling.
There we go. Okay, here we go. This is special exception application SEP 23002. The address is 370 Orchard Lake Road. The applicant is Michael Boggio, who is the architect for the granite and marble design, which is a showroom that is being proposed in the C1 zoning district on Orchard Lake. So they're essentially looking to open a business, and they're seeking a special exception approval from Planning Commission tonight for that to happen. So.
Just kidding. Done. Good night, everybody.
This is just some background information, just showing the aerial photo where this is located. I believe it's east of Johnson. And the previous site was the Midwest and Linen Uniform Shop. I know it's been vacant for many years. I don't know how long it's been vacant, but you can tell some overgrowth, 4 years. Okay. And there's been some landscaping. I've got a few photos coming up here. This is showing the overall property with property values. I know it's kind of hard to see the orange lines from the county's property gateway, but again, it's been vacant. We are going to be looking at the site plan as part of this. Now, there are two applications this evening that are being reviewed. The site plan is going to come secondary, but as part of this, really, Planning Commission has the ability to look, is this an appropriate use for the zoning district, and is there enough separation that doesn't impact traffic, doesn't impact neighbors? So the main building here, there really isn't any substantial square footage being added or removed to this building. This is the main principal building right here. This on the west is like an open parking lot. And then this on the east is more of a customer parking lot than it is in and of the same property. So just giving you some context, I just have two photos. Both of these are off of Orchard Lake. This is showing the west side of the property in the current condition, focusing on the site. Particularly, this is unpaved. I believe it's got some pavement, but some gravel. This is the eastern side of the site. You can tell the landscape is being overgrown really in front of the building. So as you drive by, you barely realize it's there. There are two garage doors currently on the east side of the building. There's a smaller one and a larger one. I'll be referencing that later. And then you have the existing parking lot here. So a special exception permit, I just wanted to review. City's divided into districts. And really, there are some land uses, such as this one, that it is recognized that because of the unique characteristics cannot be properly classified as a principal permitted use in any particular district or districts without considering in each case the impact of those uses upon the surrounding neighborhood. These include public and private uses that are sometimes of unusual nature or sometimes of varying nature, like some have less of an impact than others, that really this is an opportunity for Planning Commission to review. So a special exception has 4 standards. Number 1, is it harmonious with the City of Pontiac master plan? Number 2, is the proposed use and appearance of the site harmonious with the existing and intended character of the general vicinity? Number 3, does the proposed use shall not change the essential character of the area or adversely affect the development of the surrounding neighborhood? And number 4, does the proposed use shall not be hazardous or disturbing to existing or future uses in the same general vicinity and will be a substantial improvement to the commercial or community as a whole? So the staff findings with this is really that this is harmonious with the general principles of the master plan. Orchard Lake is a thoroughfare. Does receive a lot of vehicles every day going by, and so use like this is appropriate here. It is intended. It's harmonious with the intended character of Orchard Lake Road, but as noted under the floor plan and elevations, it does lack some of the necessary information to comment on whether the building design will meet the standards of the site. We note the importance of architectural quality due to the site's proximity to residential uses and due to its frontage along Orchard Lake Boulevard. Now, the proposed plan will not change the essential character of the area and adversely affect development of the surrounding neighborhood. I just want to add a couple things with this. We review a little bit more in the site plan. They have some grandfathering that they don't necessarily have to reface the entire building against the neighboring properties. There is existing landscaping, particularly on the northwest and northeast sides of the site. But really, and what they're also doing to the front facade is improving it with a new stone and brick facade. They're also removing one of the larger garage doors on the eastern side. So they are making some enhancements that we're going to talk later on the site plan. I think what Planning Commission should ask the applicant this evening is just regarding any outside operations, just to ensure while outside storage can be an accessory use here, it cannot be a principal use that is causing dust, debris, unsightliness, in this zoning district. But really, that should be the largest of the considerations for you this evening. So with that, staff's recommendation is approval of the special exception permit on the condition that the impact on the general vicinity will be discussed at Planning Commission as noted in the analysis. So staff recommends approval. That is my report. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you may have, and the applicant is here.
Excellent, thank you for that. If our applicant would please approach the podium.
Can I have somebody provide me one for public record after this meeting's over?
Sure. Is the mic on? Push that little button where the person's head is.
My name is Michael Boggio, 30150 Old Telegraph Road, Bingham Park, Michigan. I'm the applicant. The owner of the building, Nicholas Andreasen, is here. I can discuss the building a bit, and he'll discuss his operation. In reviewing the zoning ordinance, we were of the opinion, we have a letter that we're distributing as well as a rendering of the exterior of the building before and after, that the use of this building is a granite and marble showroom, storage, display, and shop facility. And so therefore, the front of the building that faces Orchard Lake Road is going to be refaced, and they'll have a large glass facade as well as some polished stone on the facade and brick. And that's going to be a showroom for his finished granite and marble pieces. And then there's going to be a small 1,650 square foot workspace where they can cut and polish the natural stone. One advantage this business has over many similar businesses is he's got enough space to buy his marble and granite in somewhat of a quantity and store it in the building, and allow the customers, once they see his finished work in the showroom, to actually go through the display, their storage display area, and pick out whatever stone they want. Because as you probably know, since stone and marble and granite are natural materials, no two pieces are the same. So many times when you say I want a Rosso Levanto marble, it's a reddish marble, but you don't know the exact grain and things. He's going to have this in his shop inside the building where you can go and pick your exact slab, and it will be finished to your satisfaction for your project. So it's going to be a really advanced use. As far as noise, there's, as I say, it's a small workshop inside the building, about 10% of the total space. It'll be totally enclosed. There's no noise that projects beyond the building, and no noxious fumes or anything like that. The vacant property that's west of the building, of the site, will not be used for any outdoor storage. No outdoor storage at all is proposed. So we feel that this, by enhancing the building and also redoing landscaping. In a moment, I'll show you the landscape plan. We're gonna redo the frontage along the entire Orchard Lake Road and around the parking lot. The parking lot on the east is gonna be, the parking lot is gonna be used by employees and customers. The area to the west is basically not gonna be used for now. Once this building is up and operating and successful, he may decide to develop that western portion of the property as something else, which will be back to see you at that time with something that meets the zoning ordinance. But at the present time, we feel that the uses meet the intent of the ordinance, and that the improvements will be an asset to the area. So I'd like to introduce Mr. Andreasen, the owner. He can discuss his business with you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Nicolas Andreasen. And I'm very excited to be able to, I own my own building. I have this business for 22 years, just down the street, about half a mile in Sylvan Lake. And, it's nice to own your own building. So the opportunity came, and, and then just move down the road about half a mile and be able to create a bigger showroom, more storage space inside for people so they can view the slabs and everything. And as you can see on the renderings drawing, very nice and very clean based on what it's currently right now and how it's going to look. And we super excited about it, and we seeking the approval from you guys in order for us to start the renovation and be in as soon as possible.
Wonderful. Does anyone else have anything to say that you want to add? Okay. By the way, I'm going to turn this around so our neighbors at home can see it. Can we have this looking like this tomorrow, please? This is beautiful. For what is there. And of course, here's the before picture. Here's the current picture. And then here is the soon-to-be result. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you, thank you for coming down the road and coming our way from Sylvan, which is a very cute place to be, by the way. Thank you for thinking of us. Okay, so Christopher, do you have any input, questions, thoughts?
Well, I do. Is it Mr. Andreasen?
Andreasen.
Excuse me, sir. Your current operation in Sylvan Lake, how big is that?
So right now, currently in Sylvan Lake, we grew from a little 2,500 square feet shop. We grew to 3 locations and a showroom.
Wow.
This new facility will have everything under one roof.
So you're going to move all of your operation from Sylvan Lake?
Absolutely, yeah. Because now we're
excellent.
currently renting the showroom, we're renting the storage area where people come and see the slab, we're renting the shop, and we're renting another storage area. So we're renting 4 different units from 4 different landlords, 2 different landlords. So we're gonna move everything under one roof and, keep the costs down and get better business for everybody.
Fantastic. Now, I don't know anything about cutting stone or how a countertop is made. My wife might.
That tonight?
Huh?
You want him to tell you all that tonight?
Well, that's leading up to a question
Okay.
of,
Jeez.
your folks, as they're working, do they wear earplugs?
Yes, they wear ear masks.
Ear protection.
But
Ear protection?
yes.
And that's because of the noise?
Well, they use, Makita grinders, but most on the new location, it will be a jet CNC machine that will be purchased from Baca System, from Auburn Hills. Will be everything super modernized than what we currently have right now, which we do have a CNC right now, but it will be a water jet CNC, so it will be zero dust.
Okay, so that'll
take care of this.
the
It's all-
dust, and that'll also reduce the noise?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and storage of the stone, will that be all inside or?
All inside.
All inside?
We don't want nothing outside. We want all inside. And similar project, similar showroom. You can see Seat in Royal Oak, 15 mile, and right across from Home Depot, 15 mile in Coolidge. And also PMP on Grand River in Rochester, in Troy.
Okay. Well, hey, thank you for coming to Pontiac, thinking of Pontiac. You're moving right into the heart of Oakland County. And we're also starting along Orchard Lake. That's starting to be like home improvement place, you know, where you have Home Depot, and then we have the florist, Golder Wash, and some other operations there. So yeah.
We're not even maybe a mile away on the other side right now. We're
Yeah.
just gonna move here.
That takes care of my questions.
Great. Tim, anything?
I've known this gentleman for a while.
Yeah?
Probably 8 to 10 years. He's been doing all my granite. So,
Oh,
yeah, does a great job, and I've always appreciated him. So he's been split up. You know, it used to be I'd have to go to his showroom, and then I'd have to go over to the place where he's cutting all this stuff, and his guys are great. And the only concern I had was everything you've answered. It's all inside. Everything you're doing is on the inside. Obviously, noise isn't going to be an issue, but yeah, thanks for bringing it to Pontiac. So,
yeah,
and leaving Sylvan.
Super excited.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
I know,
you.
leaving someone. Michael, anything?
What's your target timeline for the completion of the project?
My current lease ends up in November, so
Oh,
I
it's
need to
ready
be
to
out.
The heat is on.
The current landlord there is not very nice. So.
It is etched in granite. You want everything resolved by November.
Well, our logo, our reputation is cast in stone.
Our reputation is cast in stone.
That should be on your.
And so a neighbor who will have an opportunity when we open up a public hearing next to offer further questions and feedback, but he shares that it's been about 4 years. With COVID, it's so hard to keep track, but it's been a minute since it's been an active site. But even when it was an active site, it wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing, or it didn't add to the prominence of the boulevard that is Orchard Lake Road. And so you will absolutely be an enhancement and improvement to this important corridor. And as was mentioned, creating even more of a sort of home improvements and quality home destinations along this thoroughfare. So it's really advancing our economic development as a community. So we're really grateful you've chosen it. And I'm excited that we'll be able to see it come to life very soon indeed. I want to salute Mr. Boggio, the architect. The renderings look very impressive. Simple yet elegant, and I think that bodes well in terms of speaking to your book of business. Do you want to introduce the two other snazzy gentlemen with you?
Yes. So Bill, it's the father of my right-hand assistant, number one guy in the company, and he's helping me with putting together the whole project through the steps, so I can concentrate on my work.
Oh, good.
And taking the time, talking with Mike and putting everything together. And Keith is going to be he's going to take care of the remodeling, the contractor and general contractor.
And I also want to salute that your positive, enthusiastic demeanor did not get diminished, that you had to sit through 4 hours of other public hearings and considerations. So we salute you for your endurance this evening. Hopefully you've been able to detect, but from the planning staff and the other approving agencies within Pontiac City Hall, we want to be as receptive and friendly as possible to make your already very difficult and already very challenging and already very expensive process. We don't want to add to that burden. So feel free to work with the planning manager as you navigate those processes so that way we can be as hospitable of a new neighbor for you as possible. Thank you again for choosing Pontiac.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I salute you as well for staying with us this late. It's a testament to your endurance and persistence, so I appreciate that. And as you probably heard, Pontiac can sometimes be change adverse. And so
it was very interesting. I mean, I listened to everything.
A little bit change adverse.
Most of things made sense.
Yeah.
And it's nice that I was able to hear everything and go through the process, how a project goes and everything. So it was like a lesson. So
yeah, and that's good that you sense some culture and how that goes.
Absolutely.
And so hopefully you'll be definitely a staple in that as well. Where are you from? I love your accent.
Romania.
Yes, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. You can talk all day. Thank you. Thank you again for bringing this to Pontiac. We appreciate you.
Great. And by the way, this is a public hearing, so don't move anybody. I'm going to open this up to public comment. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say?
Well, I think.
Approach the podium, please, and state your name.
I believe it is.
Process, sir.
My name's Edward Kell. I live at 37 Stout Street, and about 10 years ago, in lieu of carrying a 45 while mowing my lawn, we finally got a drug raid done on the house right next door to us. And I didn't have to carry that nasty thing while I mowed my lawn. So I also own 33 Stout Street. There's about 14 feet between the two, and I don't know, sooner or later I'll figure out what I'm gonna do with both of them. I think most of my concerns were answered with the inclusion of a water jet cutter. Previous operation there was the laundromat, and they were notorious at 2 o'clock in the morning. Here's the 420 hertz hum coming right through my floorboard, waking me up, scaring the shit out of the dog, excuse my language. And I spent quite a few nights over there with a wrench rebalancing their washers because they just wouldn't do it or didn't know how.
Oh my God.
So I think primarily what I want to do is make sure that these gentlemen have my contact information.
Great.
In case you need to bring a wrench?
And I'm not directly, I think I've got.
Stay at the podium.
Yeah, if
Stay
you
at the
can speak to
microphone.
planning commission, so I know you.
So I've got probably at most 15 feet of property overlap in the back corner of my lot. I was gonna ask what the RPM, kerf width, and maximum cutting depth was, but I'm hearing that at most then it'll be 8-inch grinders, or 8-inch cutoff saws type thing, maybe 12-inch. So I shouldn't be seeing the issue of low frequency irritations.
Okay.
I don't think I have any real concerns. And my minor concerns, I'll hopefully be able to address to them directly without all this hoopla.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for speaking this evening. One little thing I noticed, you are right on the property line, aren't you? Can you go back, bring up that site plan again? That is on the line, isn't it? The building's on the property line?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not gonna be walking down that side of the building. You won't be able to. But other than that, I don't think I have any questions. I think it's gonna be quiet enough for what you're doing on your interior that the neighbors won't really be impacted by the sound of the work at hand. Go ahead and speak.
No, absolutely not. Plus, our operation, it's only from like 8:30 to 5 o'clock.
Oh, great.
So there'll be no.
The machine is going to be in.
Can you step up to the podium and state your
Yes.
name and address, please?
William Boyu. The machine's going to be on the opposite side of the building to where you live,
Oh,
in that corner.
So I'm on the, here we are again. I'm on the northwest corner of that property. So you're
Oh,
saying
wait a
the
minute.
cutting operations are
We'll be the north, it will be the north.
northwest?
Right.
South, this is the south side,
South side,
south side of the building.
Down toward,
Noise abatement can
Yeah.
be pretty cheap if we need.
yeah, I don't-
Will be no noise. We can guarantee you that.
I would love
We don't like noise either.
plans and just have an idea of who my neighbor is. I've survived where I'm at by being very curious about my neighbors and being, trying to be a good neighbor.
Okay.
So
Great.
Good,
And,
thank
and you
you.
can talk to each other after the meeting's over too, just so we can get everybody home. All right, so, we're gonna, I don't have any other questions. So, yes, oh, let me close, is anybody else speaking? Okay, public hearing is closed. All right, so I think all our questions are answered. We're going to need a motion for this part of our meeting because we have one more thing with us applicant.
I make the motion to approve the special exception permit case SCP-23-002 for the showroom as presented at 370 Orchard Lake Road.
Support.
Roll call, please.
North Cross. Yes, to approve.
Shepherd.
Yes to approve.
Duvall.
Yes to approve.
Harlow.
Yes to approve.
McGinnis.
Yes to approve.
The motion
Excellent.
passes 5-0.
Congratulations. Can we just jump over to the new business and finish this and then come
Absolutely,
back to old
yeah. Oh,
business?
yeah.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
new business is not a public hearing, but it's just the preliminary site plan.
You all can be seated. Unless, yeah, right?
Do you have anything you want to present
I
first?
do have a presentation. There's a little bit more here,
Okay.
but I'll go through it very quickly.
Okay.
So this is application 2303. It's for, not an auto clinic, I apologize. It's for a stone and marble facility in the C1 district. Again, this is the background information for the site. This is the aerial photo showing the boundaries, the views as we've discussed, and if I need to go back to any of these, we will. I just, again, want to highlight that larger garage that is slated to be removed. Here's the site plan. I just want to identify the floor plan for the record. Just while Planning Commission's not reviewing it, there's just some considerations, for where their operations is. And really, the customers are in the front. The customers are in the front, and then a lot of the storage and workshop stuff is in the rear of the site, as it's shown here. So the lighting that they're having, this is a really big improvement, is they're really following our standards of having downward directing lights. And so this is going to be a nice improvement as you're going by, particularly on evenings like this. So I am showing the elevations here, and I do want to highlight some of the work that they're doing, particularly on the front elevation. They're adding some stone panels, and some, they've got a sign area, and then there's a composite trim. So I think it's going to really highlight, as you can see from the color renderings that the architect and applicant is showing. The one thing I do want to note is the garage doors being removed. They have an EFIS trim on top of the window that they're going to be adding. So they've got a big panel window that's going to be added there. They're proposing to keep the existing masonry wall and maybe clean it up. And it really is one consistent wall. And because they're doing the change to that, this is not in the staff report, but it's a consideration for Planning Commission if you want to maybe request the architect, the applicant, consider a 4-foot base of something that matches what they're doing to the front of the building to break up the massing of the masonry wall just for that facade, not for nothing else. Landscaping, just showing what they're going to be adding. This is along Orchard Lake, so you're going to be able to see the parking lot, but I think this is going to provide some aesthetics and improvements to the site and really to separate the uses. So this will be an improvement there. They're only required to do what they're improving, so they're not, going to be really modifying much of the western site, so that's why the landscaping is just along Orchard Lake. Analysis, this proposal is very similar to the previous uniform shop in an overall sense. Obviously, operations are a little different. The site improvement should enhance this corridor in the vacant site, and the improvements are primarily along Orchard Lake, and so it's definitely positive. So staff recommends approval of this preliminary site plan with 2 conditions. The applicant should consider and amend the proposed site plan for the final site plan, which can be approved by City Planning Division. So these 2 conditions are really was not in the staff packet. I do want to elaborate. Number 2 is just really a process. So the applicant should consider and amend the proposed site plan with technical review comments for the final site plan, which can be approved by the city's planning division. You're basically giving me the authority. There are times that you ask to review final site plan, but I think this is a small enough project. I'm requesting this as a condition. Number 1, again, this is for you to consider tonight. The applicant shall provide a 3 to 4 foot high base on the south-facing wall where the garage door is being removed to have a different material, texture, and color than the remaining wall that complements improvements to the front facade. So, and I have not reviewed this with the applicant. It's just something I noticed this evening I thought could enhance the site, being that they're doing improvements there. So I'll take any questions you may have, but thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question, just because when I was at the site today, when you are looking at the property from the south, looking at it north, there, yep, no, that's fine right there. When you're on Orchard Lake Road and you're facing north and you're going to be at your front door, potential new front door,
to the left, that big open area that's open for consideration in the future, that's all concrete right now, and it's broken up. Is there anything that we can do, you, can do to make that a little bit better at this time? Okay.
Can you step to the mic and just kind of speak on that? And I think what I'd like, just for the record, I know we've spoken about this, but it's been a minute, is that, are you planning on any pavement over there? And then what kind of vehicular operations do you see on that side of the site for this business?
It will be just a regular small truck, state truck, flatbed that will be delivered to the door facing over there on the west side of the
So there'd be deliveries. Would there be any storage?
inside, not outside.
Okay.
Zero.
Vehicular storage?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
So, so if you could repeat what you were saying, you're going to be doing something to the,
We're gonna clean it up. There is a lot of, growing up stuff right now
there's
on the
weeds
stuff.
and cracks?
Yes, and we fix it up, and then we're planning on doing something there, and we're gonna come to you guys with a new plan for.
Okay, great, yep, and
We're
then putting landscape along there will help a lot, I know.
Yeah, absolutely. The landscape will be all nice along the whole property.
Okay, all right, that was my only question, thank you.
One other
What would you
question.
like?
Will we have any, I guess one will be able to turn in and turn out of that pretty easily, right? In terms of the curb cut for vehicles to turn in and turn
Yeah.
out, there
Yeah, there
won't
was
be
a
any
question
problem
about
there.
the turning radius there.
They're not modifying, I don't believe they're significantly modifying, other than within the parking lot. So we're gonna ensure with the the fire department, I believe, was involved in a pre-application meeting, but that we'll review at final site plan,
They'll
just to
catch it.
ensure,
Okay.
just that there could be adequate fire service to this existing site, so.
Yeah, if they can get in and out, then everybody
Yeah.
else can.
And really, there's a lot of access on the west side of this building that it's easy for a fire truck to get into.
Excellent.
Done, are you done?
I'm done.
Okay, Tim,
Stick up.
No further questions.
excellent, Michael,
No further questions.
great. All right, very good, I would like someone to make a motion, please.
Just, one of the items on the review was the materials we're gonna use.
Yes, please.
And this is a material board, and the black and white is gonna be a polished stone on this front here, and then beyond the front is gonna be brick, and then over the top of the overhead door and some of the trim will be the detail. You can see the detail.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be stone, and then between the stone will be ephes. And then we're gonna paint the entire building this color. So that's the basic material and color
Oh my
scheme
gosh.
for the entire building.
Thank you for
You
that.
bring joy to my heart that you brought a sample board. You have no
Yeah.
idea how many times we've asked people to bring them and they never do. Thank you, thank you,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's great.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Staff notes that comment.
Thank you, staff.
I can make the motion.
Yes, please do.
I motion to approve the preliminary site plan of case SPR 23-002 for the showroom at 370 Orchard Lake Road with two conditions as presented.
A support?
Support?
Wonderful. Roll call, please.
Yes to approve.
Duvall,
Yes to approve.
Shepherd,
Yes to approve.
McGinnis,
Yes to approve.
Harlow.
Yes to approve. Now go get busy.
Thank you. I have one question. Does your approval include working with the planning department for a final approval? So we don't come back here?
You would not have to come back here. I would reach out to me later this week,
Okay.
and you really can start the final site plan. You would
Okay.
need approval from engineering, county, WRC, fire, but really, it's all done at a staff level.
Okay, not to waste your time because it's so late, but engineering wise, we're not doing anything. We're not changing the paving, we're not changing any drainage patterns or anything. So we weren't planning on doing an engineering plan
We
per
can
se.
work through that through the final site plan approval. So
Okay.
you would go through us, and it would just be briefly reviewed by
Okay,
engineering,
okay.
just for standard procedure.
Very good.
So.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
thank you. We can't wait to come and buy granite from you. Uh-huh.
What's that?
Excellent. All right, so we have some,
For a second, yeah.
some old business to address. Is there anything old?
There's no old business.
Okay. And then we had the other item that we needed to adjust on our agenda tonight.
So I just wanted to share that we got an email this evening from Minister Vincent Wolf from Trinity Baptist Church, if I have that correct, at 123 Wesson.
The meeting is still going.
Okay. He was unable to get his consultants to this meeting, and so he's asking for this to be reviewed in informational session at the March 15th meeting. Again, because this is informational session, there's no action required by Planning Commission, and he's looking forward to returning in 2 weeks. So.
Okay, very good. So then we are now at public comment.
Okay.
Speak room.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
public
I-
comments open? Public comments closed.
Oh.
All right. You can speak now from the dais.
March 4th, Saturday, at the VFW 1370, which is at 800 Cesar Chavez. The Pontiac Optimist Club is holding their annual chili cook-off. This is a fundraiser for the Pontiac Optimist Club. I have tickets. It'll go this Saturday from 11 to 2 p.m. So far, we have 14 different chilies, and we're looking for the best chili in Oakland County. You can vote. You can vote. I have tickets. Contact me, 248-390-8299, but go quick. It comes up this Saturday. Okay, Chris Northcross, Pontiac Optimist Club. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything you'd like to add?
No.
Michael?
Very briefly, reporting from the Pontiac City Council, at last night's City Council meeting, we did take an action, an ordinance amendment, as well as a Planning Commission bylaws. It clarified language that made sure that we were mirroring more clearly what the state of Michigan allows, which is that a planning commission, one of the 6 planning commissioners may be a non-resident. And so that was already in the state permissible enabling act, but it was also referenced in the city's ordinance, but it could have used clarifying. So that has been clarified, and it is hereby enacted per the city council's vote.
Excellent.
And also with Ms. Johnson's resignation from the Planning Commission, I just want to share with this body and to those watching, if you have any interest in this body, an important body that impacts a lot of change and considerations at the city of Pontiac and our neighborhoods and our commercial activity, please apply with the mayor's office. It is an appointment made by the mayor of the city of Pontiac and then approved by the city council. The term, I want to say the term is usually 3 years, but it might be filling the balance of a term, so it might be a little less than.
No, a term would be 3 years. So you're when someone resigns, you're not filling out the rest of the
Okay.
term. It is a brand new term.
So you'd be making, at most, although of course you could always leave midterm, but you'd be making a 3-year commitment, volunteer position to the city of Pontiac. Although endless reward and stimulation to help your community and your fellow man.
Exactly. Thank you for that. Renita, do you have anything you needed to share?
I don't.
No? Mark, did we have to do something special about the meeting coming up on the 15th?
Okay, so, and I've got a few things of staff communication. There's nothing formally Planning Commission has to do. The proper advertisements through the city clerk's office have taken place and public hearing notices have gone out. There might be 1 or 2 public hearings that evening. I believe we have 5 or 6 cases, and we're likely to have 2 informational sessions. The one thing I would say is these cases should not be as comprehensive and should not go as long, but you know, I'll keep the chair abreast if anything seems to arise. The one thing I want to share about so March 15th is the next meeting. April 5th is the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting. I'm not anticipating a lot of site plans. The application deadline is forthcoming, but we are looking at some zoning code amendments. We are finalizing what those are, so I don't have those to share this evening, but there are some critical things that need to be addressed on about 4 different items. And so both having to do with planning, zoning, code enforcement, building. These are not comprehensive. These should be very simple to review, but I want to share with you at the March 15th meeting an informational session, and then at April 5th, just so you're familiar with it, and then April 5th will be the public hearing. So we have 2, I appreciate everyone's patience for this marathon tonight. You guys are doing great. We have two planners that are joining us. We have Corey Christensen, who is starting as a senior planner next week. We have Justin Curry, who's starting the following Monday. I look forward to introducing them and their bios and all that at the March 15th meeting. I'm backlogged. I cannot wait. So,
so you get help.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we still have one more open position we are looking to fill. We've not gone through the interview process at all. So,
Exciting.
so
Well, thank
I believe that's it for now. If anything else, I can email the commission. But thank you very much for all your work for the city this evening.
Well, let me also say thank you for all you've done as a solo artist. It's been tremendous. We couldn't be here without you,
Yeah.
so thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, thank
Well, I guess you guys are my band then, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So, thank
All
you.
right, and thank you to all my fellow commissioners tonight. Great job. We all did it together. And I would like to say thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes, I need a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Support?
Support.
Amen. Done.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Turn your mics off. That would help us.